All right, sound looks good. I'm visible on the camera, which I guess could be a good or bad thing depending on your perspective. But in any event, I am your host, Big Ed Mustafa, and welcome to Adventures After Dark. We have a special treat tonight, particularly if, like me, you're a somewhat frustrated hunter. My first character and main character is a champion. Love my champion. I think I play a champion pretty well. My second character was a hunter. And I've always struggled with the hunter a little bit. I always figured part of the reason was because of playing a champion first. When you're used to being able to wade into the middle of a bunch of enemies and hack them all to pieces, and then clean your swords on their tattered remains, playing a hunter's a little bit different pace. I've done okay with it though. My hunter Nemini is 104th level. She's almost at cap. But the truth is, I don't know how to play her very well. Good evening. Sorry, Hef, your text showed up on my screen in light green. I had to highlight you to make sure I read the name right. Het Triple A. Het Triple A for the win. What is up is tonight I am finally getting schooled on how to play a hunter well. I guess it remains to be seen whether or not I actually play my champion well, but Chromite Swiftpaw has agreed to come and teach me all of his tricks, all of his secrets, all of his learned skill that took him years of playing. So looking forward to that tonight. Chromite's probably just getting home from work. I will be along with us shortly. So while we're waiting, we can take a little look at Nemini. I've been running around doing some Slayer deeds and trying to get her virtues caught up to her skill level. I'd kind of shortcutted her, when I went through everything with my champion, I took my time. Chromite is home, looking for me in Discord. Okay, well, let's get Discord fired up. The trick will be making sure not everybody comes looking for me in Discord tonight. That's okay. The more the merrier. And boom. I am now in Discord. As is Chromite. He might have beaten me to my own channel. Hi, Chromite.
Nah, it's at the same time.
Okay, that's cool. So I was just going to show off Nemini here a little bit. She is outfitted with player-crafted 100th level essence jewelry and player-crafted 100th level... ooh, I've got an empty slot on one of the rings. Two of the rings, or a ring and a bracelet rather. That's good to know. Also player crafted 100th level medium armor.
Yeah, so I have a question. Why are you wearing the purple stuff and not the cyan version?
'Cause this is the best I could craft.
You couldn't do crits?
This is critted.
No, it's not critted.
That surprises me to learn.
The critted stuff would be cyan.
Well, the jewelry's critted. Why isn't the armor critted?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I remember seeing that last week, I think, and I was wondering, why is that purple?
It's quite possible that I might have thrown the suit together while I was still working on my Guardian's armor crafting skill. I would be surprised if I bothered, because it's not like I've had plenty of ore, plenty to grind, plenty to process, so I can't imagine I crafted a whole suit of armor that was crap for no reason. But then again... I couldn't tell you why I do most of what I do, Chromite. That's why you're here tonight. At one point a couple months ago, I had basically broken Nemini because I had switched her out to this armor instead of whatever the hell she was wearing before this, and I didn't have essences for the gear. I was like, it'll be fine. I'll pick up essences as I go. One thing that I know that you never want to do is wear essence armor without essences in it. Fortunately, Zinger mentioned that you can go buy major essences at the skirmish camp, and I had like 120,000 marked, so I went and loaded her up.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
The featured instance armor has nice stats on it, and so even if you didn't have any essences to fill the 2 slots on the featured instance armor, it's still a nice piece with decent stats. So.
Okay. Well, the stuff I'm wearing's not. The stuff I'm wearing without essences in it is just crap.
Yeah.
I was just getting my ass beat down left and right. It was not pretty. So.
Yeah. So we won't go into the essence armor that much at first. We will. The first thing we want to do is we want to do set up for traits, and then the buff bars to show what the trait passive or the trait procs do.
Okay.
And just to get you going on that. And I know you're not a VIP.
Correct.
So you can't come to the Ed and Moores to beat on the dummies. So if we could meet up somewhere and then have you port me to Harndirion so I can ride the rest of the way to Galtrev, and then we'll have a dummy to beat on.
Oh, not a problem.
We can just bring up all up Enya in here and we can beat on him. He's a good dummy.
That's exactly the kind of shady character I was hoping would avoid this channel tonight. Hi, Ninth Pawn. Hi, All Up. Hi to Evil Twin. Hi to Deathman. Hi to Zinger. Hi to Telerian. And everybody should say hi to Het AAA because he was here first. Hi, Het.
All Up's all
Welcome.
suck it.
That's okay. There's nothing too mean or too vicious for All Up Enya to say to me that I don't deserve and already have coming. So he can fire away. So remember, I always like to attract new viewers by crafting on stream. So if you think we should make me some fresh armor tonight, I'd be all for it. We'll also do some fishing at some point. Just because I know there's some folks with insomnia out there who will appreciate it.
Okay, can you do me a favor and join this instance? We're not going to run it. I just need you to port me.
Sure.
Enter the instance and port me to Harndirion.
The gardens of Illuminus. Once
Ready?
I'm ready. I just made level 51 today. I got so far in the epic that I couldn't go any further because I was too low level, so I just had to crank out some quests. Okay, now I have to ride the rest of the way to Galtrev. I don't, or unless we can try to port to Galtrev.
Hi,
I
Schuster.
guess we should try that a bit. I think it's blocked by level 65.
I can try porting us there.
Yeah, we'll see if you get a message or not.
The problem will be if it ports me and not you.
No, it'll prevent you from porting. You'll get a pop-up.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Sweet.
Welcome to Galtrev.
All right.
Your fellow Chromite sucks too bad to be teleported. Please run the long way.
No, it worked. So we needed the training dummies here so we can test your procs and stuff like that.
Okay.
All right, so trading. Let me get a blank.
That's what you do with vendors, right? You trade your stuff?
So come over here, and do you have a an extra tab that you can Do you only have one tab set up in the trading for the class traits?
No, I've
Or
got
do you
two.
have like another one?
Yeah.
But I mean, do you actually use it for stuff? Is it okay for us to wipe one?
Oh yeah, not a big deal. I think I don't even know what I've got set up in the other one. Red, and I think I have blue set up.
Okay.
That's pretty good. I actually remembered my alternate trait tree.
I was expecting like I've got purple and magenta set up. And,
Yeah. I was hoping
okay.
chartreuse would make a comeback. So we can
Okay.
do whatever you want to this blue trait tree. I don't use Huntsman very much.
So let's wipe it for now, and we're
Okay.
gonna trait Bowmaster.
It is wiped. I have Bowmaster. You don't want to
Yeah,
use
no,
my
that's fine.
existing Bowmaster?
I don't want to mess up what you've got set up because you're used to that.
Okay.
And also, you can switch between them to see which is better. Okay, so you have 66 points. All right, so trait all into Critical Eye. Trait all into Fast Draw.
I'm going to put it all into
Trait.
True Shot, too.
Swift and True. Trait Deadly Precision, and then trait Strength all the way, and then Rain of Arrows and Hail of Arrows.
No quick escape?
No.
No press
And then
onward?
Draw Weight. This you're doing landscape stuff, so you don't really need press onward. So let's just hold up on that. We'll do it if we have an extra point. Don't need to put it anywhere, but
Okay.
for right now, just
Draw weight's maxed.
okay. So put everything into bodkin arrows that you can. And then also upshot.
But not plant feet.
Not plant feet. That one's completely useless. Okay, so how many points do you have left?
25.
So
Let's be real
put,
clear. I haven't done anything with Perseverance. I haven't done anything with Press Onward. I haven't done anything with Quick Escape. I haven't done anything with Burn Hot. I haven't done anything with Mercy Kill.
Yeah.
And I haven't done Plant Feet or In for the Kill.
We're going to put 10 points
I thought I put points into Heartseeker earlier. Do you want me to take those out?
No, don't put heart points in Heartseeker.
Okay, that's zeroed out. Now I'm back at 27.
Oh, I didn't see you put points into Heartseeker. Okay,
That's okay.
Yeah. Heartseeker is useless unless you get the Heartseeker set.
Okay.
So for now, just leave it. All right. So in the blue line, fill up Quick Draw.
Okay.
All right. And how many points do you have left now?
17.
Okay. Let's put points into Strong Draw. This will give you damage bonuses for focus shots.
Okay, it's maxed.
And how many points left?
5.
5 points. So let's be wise with these points. For right now, let's put them into Quick Shot Focus. You can do it twice. And then you should have 1 point left. Is that correct?
Correct.
Put it into Press Onward.
Okay.
Okay. And just save that trait setup.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to work with on this for now. When you get more points... actually, you know what? I have a question. You're at 66 trait points. Do you have the Helm's Deep expansion?
Yeah, of course.
And have you gone through it all the way on this character
No, of
and
course
gotten all
not.
your trait
I
points?
got horribly bored
Okay.
with it and I skipped over to Gondor.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I was wondering why. Okay, so the max is 82 points. Do you do big battles at all?
I'm just starting to. Zinger and I started
Just
working on them with our burglars, and I suddenly realized, oh, hey, these might be long and boring and stupid, but they're pretty valuable too. So
yeah.
I'm
Okay.
starting to see
So
the
you,
light on epic battles.
so you probably don't have 100 points yet on that, I assume, right?
I do not. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, I think I just did my first one. I did a solo player instance on here the other day just to see how the hunter would fare. I have 2 points to spend.
Okay.
So
All right.
I'm
Yeah, I just
98 away from 100.
Okay. That's not very good. Okay.
I'm not a very good hunter, so it's apropos. That's why we're here.
All right. So we lose 2 trait points there. So how far through the Gondor stuff have you gone?
One of the problems with this character is I have skipped around and leveled. I haven't... Because I went through everything real thoroughly with my champion, I didn't dig into a lot of content very deeply. So that's, as I was explaining when I first fired up the stream, I'm up to Moria right now, working my way through deeds and getting my completionist stuff done. All of Eriador is wiped clean except for any instance deeds and any like treasure hunting crap. That all got skipped, but everything else is complete.
Okay. So let's work with what we got. 66 points. All right. So now, let me look at your hotbars there on the screen. Do you mostly click your skills, or do you use
1 through 4 I use my left hand, and everything above that I use the mouse.
Yeah, that's kind of similar what I do. A lot of people get all down on you for using a mouse or whatever, but sometimes some people, they just work that way, and you have 2 hands on the keyboard, or hand on the keyboard, hand on the mouse, and it allows you to do more things at once. So,
Well, and being able to look around is pretty essential most of the time.
well, yeah, I mean, everybody should be mouse looking. You really need to be mouse looking for this stuff. All right, so let's set up your hotkeys. How do you normally have them set up?
How do I normally have my hotkeys set up? What I tend to do is put my melee stuff up front.
Okay.
And I like to leave a space so I always know where I'm at. Penetrating shot, I don't see on the list anywhere. That's a little weird. Why do I not have penetrating shot?
It probably just isn't there. Sometimes when you are first setting up like a trait tab, a hotkey section from a new trait tab, some of the skills won't be there because they get overwritten. So you just gotta. The best thing to do is to pull everything off, and then just repopulate it from the skills thing, and then just reorder them. That way, you make sure you have all your skills back. Because the way the trait tabs work, whenever you set up a trait tab, it remembers the positions of all the skills for that particular trait layout. So, they can be in different places for different trait tabs, different trait configurations. So, yeah, just find the ones that are missing, I guess. There's a search box at the top too that you can type in. And
well, that would just be cheating.
Wonder if it works with Alt F as well.
Okay, borrowed 0, improved quick shot. That should have been down there. But I think I'd be surprised if a lot of novice players aren't in the same boat. But a lot of times the skills on the toolbar the same way I earned them. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Is you just sort of let them populate.
Yeah, I've seen some streamers where the skills are completely missing. Very important skills like focus. They just don't even have it on their hotbar, and it's. I try to remind them that, hey, there's a skill that you're missing.
Trap.
So, so one of the things that you need to do is be able to hit your keys very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So splitting them by melee probably isn't a good idea. You're not going to be doing melee very often.
Correct.
So I would recommend at least doing the 1, 2, 3, and 4 hotkeys. Set them up with duplicates of your range stuff that would be on the right hand side at least.
Okay.
That way you can start to learn to use the skills using your left hand, but also still be able to click things on the right hand side too if you need it.
There's improved penetrating shots. Okay. Now, and we'll get this out of the way because I'm sure you're going to tell me this is completely wrong. My natural inclination when I was setting up my ranged attacks, I generally like to open with some of my slower shooting attacks because if I'm initiating combat, I get the chance to basically sit there while the target is going la-di-da-di-da,
Right.
and I usually open up with swift bow. I like getting that 3-shot blast off the bat.
That's fine.
Okay.
There's no problems with that. But you also want to get a quick shot in there, and the quick shot is one of the things that gives us one of the procs.
Okay.
So, or several of the procs.
Should I be opening with quick shot? Should that be the first thing out of the gate?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Swift bow is it's a big hit. So when you couple camouflage, you camo up, and then you do focus up, or double click focus if you're already at full focus, just to get the focus buff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do swift bow, and that's a big initial hit, and then you follow that up with a penetrating shot, and then a quick shot. And the reason why a penetrating shot is you use penetrating shot to cut the after animation of inductions. So you always want induction skills. If you're going to do them, always follow them up with something that's a fast skill, and a focus skill. And that would be either penetrating shot or pinning shot. Those two are good for cutting the animations. And also blood arrow, which we didn't trait because you didn't have enough points. But that's another thing that I use. So the way I recommend setting up the hotkeys is to alternate between induction, focus. So I would put quick shot as hotkey 1 because quick shot is really the skill that you're going to be using the most, and it will probably end up being one of the top damage skills that you do.
Okay.
Once you're properly set up with legendary items and stuff. I haven't even looked at your LIs yet. I don't want to sidetrack myself yet. So.
Okay.
But once those are set up, then your quick shot does tremendous amounts of damage.
I can sum that up by LIs are good, relics are crap. So.
Okay. So.
Hi, Red Cloud.
Now you're gonna make me look. Okay, so your bow is not imbued, and neither is your weapon. And need some work on your weapon.
Well, I knew that the relics were crap, and aren't you supposed to have the relics all set before you imbue them?
No, not relics, legacies.
Legacies, okay. Well, the legacies are probably crap too.
Well, that's that's what you want to fix before imbuing, and it looks like you may have overwritten a major on your bow. Okay, I don't want to get sidetracked on that yet.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So alternating the skills. I would recommend doing quick shot as 1, penetrating shot as 2, swift bow as 3, barbed arrow as 4.
Wait a second, you want penetrating shot as 2, you said?
Yeah, because you're going to alternate between them. And you know what we can do also is set up the right side of the hotkeys, you know, the ones that you would click on. We can set them up in an alternating method as well. Yes, all up. That's the despair of me looking at an LI. That's going to take a lot of work.
Hi, Skylar MC86. Hopefully the stream will smooth out for everybody. Okay, so I've got improved quick shot.
Yeah.
Improved penetrating shot
there. So, all right. So, some things you need to remember. There are certain skills, or that have a long after animation, and most induction skills do, but also upshot has a long after animation as well. So, generally, you want to follow up. If you ever pop upshot, you want to follow it up with something that'll cut its animation. And the what is the skill? Swift and True proc will cut its animation. That's the instant swift bow proc. So now that we've kind of got you set up with your skills, let's set up buff bars so you can see the procs from the skills.
Okay.
So do you have... I don't see buff bar loaded. So
yeah,
let's,
upper left.
have you load buff bar.
I've got buff bar up.
Oh, it's okay. You've moved over there. Can you move it away from your... Move it to the right-hand side, lower right-hand corner, just to move it away from all the busyness in the upper left.
Okay.
Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to right-click on the buff bars and select Options. That opens up the Options menu for the buff bars. I want you to expand the window as much as you can so you can see everything in there. And then click on the Effect Windows tab in the options there. And there will be a drop-down menu that will show all of your buff bars, your effect windows. And it auto-populates a default one. And we're not going to want to use that, so for right now, just leave it as is.
Okay.
We're going to create a new one.
You have the window open?
So there's a button there that says New. Just go ahead and click on it.
New window. What
Yes.
do I want to name it?
Name it Hunter Buffs.
Hunter Buffs. Okay.
And then check the box to enable it if it's not checked.
It's checked. Load for Nemini.
You can set it. Yeah, you can set it to load for this one character.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also set it to show windows always or just in combat.
What's best?
I leave mine as always. I mean, for right now, just leave it Leave it as always.
Okay.
All right, so so there's a bar order. I guess we can leave the order alone.
Okay.
And in the effect triggers section, so scroll down a little bit. You're going to remove everything in there. So delete everything that says like all debuffs, all buffs, all cooldowns.
Delete them all.
Yeah, because we're going to add our own.
Okay. What are we adding?
So the first one we're going to add is strengths. Well, let's leave off that stuff. Let's add improved focus.
And that's the name?
Yeah, so there's a drop-down menu at the top under template.
Oh, okay.
Just select custom.
All right.
And then for the name, type improved space focus.
Improved focus. Okay.
And then change its type to buff.
Okay.
And then there's a search section down below. Type improved focus. And you can do it in lowercase. It'll auto convert to lowercase, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
And then for category, just leave it as set it to
Physical?
set it to undefined.
Okay.
And then just click accept.
Okay.
And we're going to do the same thing for some other ones.
You know, people are watching this on stream right now and going, "Oh, for the love of God, I wish he was fishing." We're going to add a second one. Template custom. Name.
Yeah, give me a second here. Mine's not moving. Hang on.
Okay.
It's because I left the configuration window open. Okay. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to add strong draw, fast draw, swift and true, needful haste. Those are the ones that we want to add in there.
These
are
are
the
all
ones you need
buffs.
to monitor. Yeah. So you can start off with strong draw.
Okay, what's after strong draw?
Next one is fast draw.
Next.
Swift and true. And I'm going to step away and get some Diet Dr. Pepper, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I have never used any plugins before for Lord of the Rings Online, so actually just installing buff bars, much less trying to get all this stuff configured, is all new to me. So make sure you give Chromite a follow, so if you want to try this and you have any questions at all, you can contact him day or night and demand that he help you immediately. Oh yeah, hi Skylar. Yeah, Arkenstone's my main line of characters, although I play Crick Hollow and Brandywine quite a bit. Deathman 1020. Wow. Dancing we can do.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
So you're down to Swift and True, so let's add Needful Haste in there.
Or as they like to say in India, kindly do the needful haste.
And that'll be the last one that we add for now. There are many other ones, but let's just stick on the basics here.
Okay. I just want to accept and close the window. We
Yeah,
got more
so
to
scroll.
tweak.
Yeah, you definitely need to remember to scroll all the way down in that window and click on the accept. That is something that many people miss. You know, you do all this configuration and then you close the window, but you didn't hit the accept button. Whoops, you lost all your info.
That would be highly annoying. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now just go ahead and target a dummy. All Up's not here, so we'll just have to use one of these training dummies.
Wow. That was not me starting the salt there, All Up. Well done, Chromite.
So let's see. Okay, there it is. In the upper left-hand corner there. Okay, so
move that stuff too.
you're gonna need to move. Yeah. So what I would recommend is move the new hunter buff bar. Just move it on top of me, because that's kind of where I am at on your screen. That's the position where I have mine, and you can change the size of them as well. Don't mix it up with your normal buff bars. You don't want that.
Okay.
You want them completely separated. Yeah, and you want them visible. You want them visible so you don't have to look down or in the corner or something. You want to be able to monitor them, because that's one of the things that many people miss out on in the Redline Hunter is all of these buffs that need to be monitored and be kept up. And that's why you want it in a visible spot. So the way you want to kind of do your rotation is quick shot, penetrating shot, quick shot, penetrating shot, and look at the fast draw buff as it tiers up. You see it goes to 1, and then 2, and then 3, and when it gets to 3, that's the maximum skill induction reduction that you get. And you have about 5 seconds to get off a couple of skills and then get another quick shot off to keep that buff up. Otherwise, if you miss that rotation, that buff drops and you have to build it up again, doing the alternating quick shot, penetrating shot, quick shot, penetrating shot. So for right now, and also you can see that Swift and True pops up. That lets you know that your instant Swift bow is able to be hit. So let's have you just keep going with quick shot and then penetrating shot. Just do that over and over and over until you get Swift and True up, and then you hit upshot and then immediately hit Swift and True, or I'm sorry, Swift bow. And it cuts the animation of upshot. So hit upshot. Oh man, yeah, I forgot. I'm way behind you. Guess I can monitor your local buffs. So Swift and True is up. It's a good time to hit upshot and then Swift bow. And then you immediately go back into quick shot, penetrating shot, quick shot, penetrating shot. basically you don't want to hit Swift Bow unless you got that instant Swift Bow proc, which is the Swift and True one. All of your damage will be coming. Oh boy, your power is dropping. Let me put a. Okay, stop attacking for right now. Let's put a
Power
campfire up,
counts? Oh, man.
Hey, what's your fate at, by the
Ever
way?
have to worry about power? Let's take a look at fate, shall we? Fate is at 359.
Okay, yeah. So I think on mine it's like in the 600 to 700 range.
Okay.
So fate. Fate is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, you don't want to explicitly put in fate essences or anything, but it is. Boy, where are all these people standing around?
Because they want to be famous. They want to be on LOTRO's trail. They're wondering what the hell we're doing.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily want to waste essence slots with fate, but some tomes, fate tomes, really help. Those are nice to get. So you have the general rotation down with the quick shot, penetrating shot, quick shot, penetrating shot, until you get that fast draw to tier 3. And then once you get it to tier 3, it lets you know you can start tossing in some other skills, but then following up those skills with a quick shot. Because you got to keep that fast draw up at tier 3. And now also, have you ever used Rain of Arrows much? Did you have it traded before? I didn't look.
Yeah, and I would use it fairly frequently.
Okay. So if you're like going to be pulling a big group of mobs or whatever, you can just start doing Rain of Arrows over and over and over. You spam it. You don't just hit it and then go to another skill. You keep spamming it until until it goes on cooldown, because it'll reset on crits the way we have it traded.
Okay.
So when you have big groups, best offense is your best defense, because spamming Rain of Arrows will kill those things if it's a big group of mobs.
Yeah, I have gotten the feeling that, like, what's the useless thing I had on here? Pinning shot. I mean, the pin is so short that there's no... You're just better off shooting them than trying to slow them down.
So that pinning shot is really only useful if you want to hold up... If you're, say, like, pulling 2 mobs.
Yeah.
You really want to hold up one of the mobs just momentarily so you can kill one. But you have to kind of really be able to tab switch to the different targets fairly quickly, and that's kind of getting a little more advanced in doing all that stuff, especially like in AoE groups. You switch between the targets to alternate Rain of Arrows with something else that'll damage, a single target skill that'll damage them. Generally, you want to be spamming Rain of Arrows, but if you got one hit off on one mob, you tab target switch to another and get it down, and then your next Rain of Arrows will equally hit them and kill them both. But do you feel any faster by doing this? Do your skills feel any faster?
Yeah, I mean, somewhat.
Because that really, keeping that needful haste up and doing your fast draw, keeping that up at 3, that keeps your induction reductions up fairly high at a high speed, and that allows you to get your skills off much faster.
Well, and it's one of those things that maybe instinctually I was starting to figure out a little bit of this. I'd been using improved quick shot quite a bit just to slow down whatever I was targeting anyway. So I would normally start out with Swift Bow because the warm-up for the skill was free, but then as soon as I hit it, I would follow up with quick shot, and then usually that would have enough focus to get penetrating shot off. And, by the time you hit something with those 4 things, it's usually dead.
Yeah. So just remember, you want to do an induction and immediately follow it up with a focus skill.
Well, now how do I know what's an induction skill and what's a focus skill?
Okay, induction skills are skills like penetrating shot, pinning shot. It's basically skills that consume focus.
Okay.
Merciful shot is one. Upshot is one.
So, like, I'm looking at it and it says cost 3 focus. That makes it an induction shot.
Here's something that makes it easier. Anything
Okay.
with shot in the name.
Okay.
Anything with shot in the name is focus skill, as well as rain of arrows.
Okay. Well, quick shots got shot in the name.
Oh, that's true, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't really work. Anyway, it's a penetrating shot, pinning shot, merciful shot, upshot, rain of arrows. Those are your focus skills.
Okay, so basically if you check the skill and it says that it costs focus, it's an induction, and if it says that it gives focus, like it says improved quick shot adds 1 to focus. That makes
right.
it a...
That's an induction skill.
that's an induction.
Inductions are supposed to generate focus for you, and the focus skills consume the focus. So, swift bow, quick shot, barbed arrow. Well, barbed arrow doesn't give you any focus. Oh, it adds 1 to focus. Yeah, it does. All the slow skills, the induction skills, they are there to generate focus for you, so you can get your fast skills off. So do you feel a little bit faster in your rotation?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely quicker.
Yeah. So what you need to do is practice that, and eventually you'll get to the point where you'll have more trait points and you'll be able to have a couple more skills in there, like blood arrow. Blood arrow is another one that you use every time it's up to cut animations, and it's a pretty big hitter, and especially with the upcoming changes in update 19, which has been delayed a day or two. I believe some of those skills will be hitting for much bigger, like the penetrating shot. Upshot will hit for bigger. Merciful shot will hit for bigger. Heartseeker. Now, did you have Heartseeker traded before on your old setup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My regular trait set was just max out everything red line, and then I was starting to add whatever looked useful in blue and yellow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people will trait Heartseeker just because they think, oh, it's going to be a big hit damage up front, but really it's not worth spending points in that, because Upshot, its refresh is so much better, and it'll hit generally for higher. It's because it's refreshes off. You're actually going to be doing far more damage using Upshot in your rotation. And if you want to do a big upfront hit, you camo up, focus up, and then do your Upshot, rather than having to wait for your Heartseeker cooldown. Now, when you get the Heartseeker set, the whole story changes there. Heartseeker is invaluable once you are able to get its ability to be reset, and also for it to be instacast. There's no induction.
Now, when you say the Heartseeker set, you mean the Heartseeker set of legacies? Does this tie back to legendary items?
This is an armor set. It's a 4-piece armor bonus. There are 2 armor sets that have it. One set comes from the Osgiliath instances, and that would be the Ruined City, Sunken Labyrinth, and Dome of Stars. And you get these armor boxes from the chests in there in Tier 2. And you click on the boxes, and you have the option to choose between 1 or 2 pieces. Either helm and shoulders, and then boots and leggings, and then gloves and chest. So let's say, for example, you go to Ruin City Tier 2, and you get an armor box from there. That will be a box that contains the boots and chest of the Asgilia sets. And there are 3 sets of armor that you can choose from. You know, it's red line, blue line, or yellow line. And of course you would want the red line, which is the Bowmaster set. So anyway, once you get 4 pieces of the Asgiliath armor, then you have that instant Heartseeker bonus, where when you use focus skills, those have the option, or those have the chance to reset your Heartseeker from its cooldown, and also it's a proc that stays up. And you have a certain amount of time to hit Heartseeker, and that Heartseeker will fire off instantly. And once you trait for Heartseeker plus the bleeds that it can do, you know, once you do all that, then finally, you know, you can be hitting maximum hunter damage currently. Because, you know, we have a problem with sustaining our damage. It's very bursty. You know, you run out of power, you run out of focus, you know, that type of thing. But once you have the Heartseeker set, you start getting those consistent procs with the Heartseeker proc. Every time Heartseeker hits, when you trade for it, it'll stick a bleed on there. And a lot of that is I think it's an unmitigated bleed too. So it's just pure damage that you're getting. And yeah, you can also trait for Blood Arrow and Exsanguinate, and Exsanguinate is another bleed that you can put up. Unfortunately, its cooldown is 45 seconds, but it's something that is pretty invaluable because it's a big bleed. So now, is there something that a big mob that you normally have difficulty killing? Let's say, for example, a troll in Minas Tirith or something, you know, in the Pelennor Field or something. Are you able to take down a troll just as it's running right for you normally?
Nemine's been to Minas Tirith. She hasn't done a lot of questing around there yet.
Can you think of a big mob that maybe you have had difficult with in the past?
I would suspect I would find the trolls on the bridge in Osgiliath a bit challenging. Maybe not. I mean, I would probably compensate with light oil, and maybe they wouldn't be that big of a deal. We can go test my theories.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think of a mob that you may have had difficulty with, because those shouldn't be a problem. If they ever were a problem, you should go try them right now and then wow yourself.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Okay. Then, can you port us to Standguard?
I can do that. You want to go hit the Limelight Gorge?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd actually started solo hunting out there and had been doing just fine.
Were you able to, say, kill a tree or a troll before it even reached you?
No, I think they probably caught up to me.
Okay, so let's try that, because that's the whole point of this. Blue line, you run away from things and roll your keys across the keyboard like I've seen some people doing. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Blue line hunters, you know who I'm talking about. All you blue liners. Okay, and with red line, what you want to do is you want
I couldn't imagine who you're
kill
actually
the
talking
mob
about
before it
yeah.
even gets to you. I may not be able to port there. I'll see. Oh wow! Wait, did they change something?
What's that?
Normally I have trouble getting porting my alts around because I get the warnings that you can't port them, they're too low. But they must have changed something recently with these areas, Galtrev and Stangard.
I'm pretty kick-ass. Turbine might have just made an exception for me. I would expect that's what it is.
So let's go out to the Limelight Gorge. You may need to kill everything around me because I'm going to be a magnet out there. But I want to see how you do with, say, like a troll or a spider or something. And I want your opinion on how, things feel now that you have a different rotation.
Okay. I mean, my impression of the stuff out here was that I could kill it easily enough, but it did take me a little while. So if it feels faster, that would be a good thing.
Yeah. So don't get too far ahead of me. Like I said, I'm going to be a magnet.
I wish there was a way that I could have made it so only Olup could have heard that belch. I had to mute the microphone.
The switch mounts. I got to my 68% run speed thing.
Thanks to everybody in chat who's watching tonight. I am with Chromite Swiftpaw. He is trying to make me suck less as a hunter. Believe me, that is no small task.
Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us? Rohirrim with me.
Oh, this is the wrong camp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep going. Looks like things aren't coming towards me, so I guess I'm within a level range where I don't turn into a magnet. Oh, I think it's within 15. When their things are over 15 levels, that's when they magnet. So you were doing trolls out here and spiders, right?
Yeah, and trees.
And trees.
If you want to gain rep, the trees are important because you can turn in the stuff that they
heartwood.
drop for the task boards.
Branches and the hearts.
Yeah. Spiders are off to the right. Trees and trolls straight ahead.
So, troll. What I want you to do is I want you to get at max distance, camo up, focus up, do your swift bow.
Now, I have never used camouflage as a hunter.
Okay, so, that's... Doggone it. Let's add another proc that we need to monitor here.
Okay.
Right click on your buff bar, select options. Go to effects windows.
Oh, I don't want to make another new one, do I?
No, we're going to add this to the hunter one.
Okay. Hunter buffs. I want to go down to effects and click add. And we'll do custom name.
I believe it's called improved focus. Unfortunately, I'm low level, so I don't have that. If you hover over your focus skill, you'll get the name. Is it improved focus? Do you have your focus skill? I don't see it on your toolbar.
Yeah, there was intent concentration and improved focus.
I don't see it. Go to your skills. You may have to pull it out. It may want to be one of those things that you lost.
Yeah.
This is a common occurrence when people are making new trait bar setups. Is some skills will not auto-populate or get overwritten, and you have to go ahead and open up your skills and redrag it to the hotbar. So just type focus search. Hi, all up.
Okay, I've got it now.
No focus. That's awesome.
I want to name it after the skill, right? Improved with a D? Improved focus.
Improved focus, that's correct.
All right.
I was waiting to see how long it was going to take for the no focus to show up.
It can be a real problem. That's why it's
Wow.
important to drink delicious, crisp, and refreshing Coke Zero to help improve your focus while you're gaming.
All up shows up when we added the D.
Kablam.
Hello, everyone who said hi to me. Hi, Hunzi.
I do have my fishing rod, Deathman. We can do some limelight fishing if you'd like. Yep. Guess what I didn't do?
Hit a fly?
No. I forgot to click accept. Oh, it's still on here. Good. I did not lose it.
Once you get it done and accepted, I want you to hit your focus skill and then look at the buff that pops up. Oh, wait. I'm going to run away for a second here.
That's a good
Be right
idea.
back.
Ooh.
And just as a tip, at this level, the conjunctions or fellowship maneuvers that pop up, it's never really a good idea to actually use them because the mob is stunned during that period of time. It cannot block, parry, or evade. It's the best time for you to be opening up and doing as much DPS as you can. The only time you would ever do that is, one, if you're doing Dragok,
Heard one.
or two, if you absolutely needed some sort of healing. Otherwise, it's better to just full-on DPS through the fellowship maneuver.
Okay, you're welcome. Prospector's map fragment. That is exciting.
You needed that.
All right.
You're doing the prerequisite quests.
So the buff that pops up. Okay, I see it there. So that is working as expected.
So when you do that buff, did you actually hover over it and see what it actually gives you?
No.
You know how to stick tooltips.
No.
Oh, okay. Stop a second here.
Okay.
Let's teach class. All right. So hit your improved focus, hover over its icon, and then hit H once the tooltip comes up.
Okay. 25% ranged critical chance plus 25% crit multiplier. Those are both pretty important.
Yeah. So at Endgame, oh, I see. You did the skill. Don't hover over the skill. Hover over the icon that's in your buff bar.
You didn't say that. You just said hover over
I'm
the
sorry.
icon and hit H.
I'm sorry. I didn't specify the icon. You want the icon that appears in the buff bar.
Which buff bar?
Your hunter buffs.
Okay, well now I've got 3 of them. There's upper left-hand corner, lower right-hand corner, and just above lower right-hand corner that looks like a moving target.
Somehow you re-enabled the default one. Or maybe you, so right-click on the buff bar, select options.
Oh, because this upper left-hand set shouldn't be there, should it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somehow you may have created a new one or something.
Buff bars, hunter buffs, new window.
You delete the new window one. That's it. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Basically, the ones that you want to pay attention to are the hunter buffs. The regular buff bars,
I'm supposed
you
to
can
click
slide
on it and
those all
hit
the way
H?
to the right out of your way. What's that?
What am I doing to get it to hold?
Okay, so
Control H?
hit. No.
Okay.
So hit focus, and then hover your mouse over the icon in the hunter buff bar.
Okay.
The icon
Looks red.
itself. and then you hit H. Yes, it's red. It's kind of orangish red.
Right. Improve
It's under
focus.
your name too.
There you go. Okay, now I can see it. All right. So anyway, that's how you hover over effects and stuff. So if you get a debuff, you do the same thing. In your buff bars, you will get. We will set up a debuff bars, which will only have debuffs and cooldowns. Basically, when you take a potion or whatever, it'll put a cooldown a bar there, to let you know when you can next take your next potion. Okay, so the improved focus is a very important buff. This is what gives hunters that extremely explosive opening volley of arrows. And at Endgame, you will see hunters who just stand around hitting focus over and over and over. And the reason why is it cools down after 5 seconds. That buff only lasts for 5 seconds. So hunters are trying to be completely prepared for when that tank is going to go and pull something, and they want to have that buff up so that their first couple of hits are going to be huge hits. So you want to always, before you do anything, you always want to pop that improved focus, get that buff on you, then do your skills. Start into your skills. And if you're going to be fighting something big, like a troll in somewhere, you can actually do a little more prep and camo up. Because did you look at the buff that camo does?
Yeah, that's the one that I was intrigued with.
Het AAA, thank you for the follow. See, the problem is, like I said, I've almost, if I ever hit camouflage playing my hunter, it was by accident.
Yeah.
Okay, +9 stealth, plus 50% ranged critical chance. That's pretty important too.
Yes, it is. So think about that. Camo
Okay.
up, hit improved focus, you get that improved focus buff, and then you do your swift bow. And your swift bow hits are going to go boom, 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 boom with huge crits.
All right, well, let's
And then-
test your theory.
And then, you've got that improved focus buff. It lasts for 5 seconds. You'll be able to get another maybe 1 or 2 skills in. You can toss in some focus skill.
That didn't feel a whole lot faster to me.
Yeah, you may not have been. Let me see.
I don't think he hit Swift Bow out of the
Yeah,
dodge and focus either.
yeah. I don't think you had camouflage up, did you?
Yeah. Well, I'd hit
So-
camouflage before I started attacking. Am I
Yeah,
supposed to
so-
be hitting it continuously?
No.
Okay.
Basically, the first thing you do is hit camouflage. Camouflage is one of those
Right.
things that all hunters complain about because it's got one of those huge animations. So you hit it and you can't do anything for a few seconds while you're waiting for it to go up.
Okay, we got
Once
another
camo
troll up
is up-
ahead here.
Okay, so let me give you your rotation here.
Okay.
So just stop. You're right here. Okay. Camo up right now. Don't stop.
Well, I'm not in range yet. Don't I need to be in range because I can't move?
I'm still in range.
I can't hit him from where we're standing.
Okay, so then something's wrong. You may not be in red line. Are you?
I only
in
have
red line or are you
I
in
only
blue
have
line?
red line and red line now.
Okay, well, I was completely in range. So where he was. So something was wrong there. You were looking at something wrong. So let's creep up until I get in range. Okay, I'm in range right here. Oh, now
Okay,
he's
there
moving
my
back.
icons finally went away. Something was bugged, yeah. No, I agree because I'm a lot. No, that's about range for me.
Let's wait till he comes back over here.
I don't know why.
Wait till he stops.
Okay.
I'm in range right here.
Okay.
I'm in range right here. So, okay. Camo. Don't move after
Okay.
you camo.
Camo's on.
Focus.
Focus.
Swift bow.
Oh. Okay, I started out with
Well,
quick
okay.
shot instead of swift
Okay,
bow.
that's your problem there. Okay.
All right.
So here's your rotation. Camo, focus, swift bow, penetrating shot, quick shot. The reason why we throw penetrating shot in there is to cut swift bow's after animation. And also, penetrating shot is a big hit on its own. So you can actually spam it a couple of times, because you can spam penetrating shot over and over until your focus is gone.
Okay, that one went down faster. I think we'd all agree on that. That troll died a little quicker.
Yes.
He
And
died,
as
he
you,
died of boredom.
so all of this is what we call hunter prep. Hunters have a lot of prep that you have to do to do our damage. You know, if you're an RK where you get everything served on a plate, you just got to stand there,
Yeah.
you know, and hit 2 skills. With a hunter, you have to camo up, focus, do your skills. Here's another thing that I can teach you here. Something that we didn't put in the buff bars. So go to precision stance.
I like this one too.
Okay.
Okay. So look on your bar. You will see a precision buff. Not in your buff
Stance
bars,
precision.
but under your yeah.
Okay.
So the strength stance will also give you a buff like that. And these are your stance dance buffs. So go ahead and hit strength stance, and then look at the buff that you get, hover over it, hit H to make it stick.
Okay.
So basically you get a boost to crit rating. Now when your crit is capped, it'll just make the devastating rating go higher, the devastate rate. But I don't know if you're capped at crit.
Probably not.
So that's another thing that you can throw into that whole mix, where you camo up, focus up, do your strength stance bonus, do focus again to get the buff. You know, you can actually double click focus if you're full, just to get the buff.
My critical rating's only 10k.
Okay, so yeah,
Critical hit chance is 19.9%.
What's the mastery? Physical.
My physical mastery? 29.8.
Yeah, that's low too. See, generally at 105, you with featured instance gear, we'll just say that, you're gonna want to be around.
That
like
translates
60,000
into cool
physical
armor
mastery.
for those of you translating in chat. If you're cool like Chromite and you've got the cool armor, okay, you can
Featured
continue.
instance armor, anybody can do. All you have to do is just join a featured instance and get dragged along and just kill things. Because featured instances, you can run them at tier 1, and they're very easy. And you know, as long as you don't run ahead of whoever's leading the group, you know, you'll be fine. Just make sure you keep yourself alive. That's it. That's all you got to do. So you know, a good physical mastery level for an average geared hunter, you'd want it to be above 50,000 physical mastery.
Okay.
For critical rating, the cap is like 17,520 or something, or 580. That rating. So you're well below the critical rating cap. Now, critical rating really helps a lot with your skills. You know, so generally you want to cap crit fairly early, and then work on your physical mastery. And with hunters, you don't want to actually slot critical rating essences. You want to slot agility essences, that tier 8 agility essence.
One of us will survive this attack.
I'll just back up.
Chromite. Hunzi says, how does featured instance armor compare with the 4-slot rating armor?
You don't want the... I mean, 4-slot raid armor is always going to be much better, so... You can do it! Alright.
And then the endurance stance is just complete crap and you should never use it.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Give you some tips on that. So, endurance stance, when you are, let's say, being overwhelmed by something, and you need your heals, you need to heal yourself, swap to endurance stance and just quick shot, penetrating shot, quick shot, penetrating shot, quick shot, penetrating shot. If you get your insta swift bow, hit it. That's all you want to do, because what's going to happen is quick shot is going to heal you every time you hit with it. It's a tiny ass heal, but you know it helps.
Yeah, and if you can fire it off, 5 times in 10 seconds, then it's going to add up.
Well, and also that's why I'm saying use penetrating shot after quick shot. You want to cut the after animation, so you can then hit quick shot again faster.
Well, let's go murder a tree.
Okay. I will stand well back from those because they send out roots.
Here's another question.
Yes.
From Hendembar. Does an agility give a hunter 1-to-1 crit rating, but fate gives more like 2.5 to 1 crit?
I don't remember what the exact conversion is. Fate is 1-to-1. I don't exactly remember what agility is. I can tell you how much physical mastery a point of agility is. It's 8. What, crits maybe what, 2.5? Somewhere around there, I don't know.
Okay, so I forgot to camo, I forgot to hit improved
Yeah.
focus, and then...
These are all new things.
Yeah.
So you're just becoming aware of them. It's not built in yet. It's something that you're going to have to practice.
Well, then part of it was that we were talking about switching to endurance, so I could check out the heals, and I didn't do that either. So let's see if I
Yeah.
do a little better this time.
You won't do better damage-wise, but, I mean, keeps your health up, that's all.
Health is good. Health is your friend.
So basically, when you see your morale levels down, your potions on cooldown, you're in the oh poop mode, it's like, okay, you gotta toss your bubble up, and you need to root something and then heal, and just switch to endurance stance and just do quick shot, penetrating shot, quick shot, penetrating shot, and you'll start healing. And whenever you get swift and true up, hit swift bow, because you still want to whittle away at the health of the mob. Oh, I knew it. He just sent a root my way. Ah! You're gonna die! Kill it! Phew. I want to make a campfire and heal myself up.
The important thing, though, is that I'm okay. Let's just make that clear.
So, let me show you another trick. You only have 2 traits set up?
Correct.
Okay, so let's toss your old trait setup.
Okay. New trait
Get
setup.
back. You can get back to your old trait setup, whenever. But
Yeah,
we're
it's
gonna
not
make
particularly
a trapper line.
complex, so. All right.
Zingor is asking about the barbed arrow. The reason why I'm not talking about barbed arrow is because barbed arrow is a skill that you throw in after you get your induction reduction at max. So you do want to toss in barbed arrow every once in a while, and really it's only effective if you've got the legacy, the hunter damage over time legacy, and you've traded for some of it. Since Big Ed does not have enough trait points, we didn't put any points into the damage over time trait points to increase how much it ticks away for. So really, it's not a skill worth using for him at this point. But if you've got max trait points, 82, and let's say you have the Heartseeker set, you're going to want to trait for some of that and also be using barbed arrow.
Just throwing a shout out to Chromite Swiftpaw out there. So if you guys want to follow Chromite's channel, I don't think he streams prolifically, but he has been streaming regularly. And he'll be more than happy to give every single one of you private tutorials on your hunter. So look up his stream and feel free to bother him regularly. Okay, Trapper of Foes. Where am I spending my points?
Okay, let me switch to mine. Trapper of Foes. Okay, go ahead and put it in Tripwire and then Natural Extracts.
Max Natural Extracts?
Yep. Actually, max all 3 in the front row.
Okay. Done?
Okay. Max Combat Traps.
Got it?
Max Elusive.
Got it?
Are you able to put points into Advanced Placement? It's
Advanced
fourth section
placement.
down. Second over, fourth
Yes.
down.
Max it?
Max it.
Got it?
Put trait Piercing Trap on that same line.
Got it?
Do Armor Rend. Max it.
Got it?
Are you able to get the 1 trap? Is that
Yes.
all the way at the bottom? Okay,
Yes,
go
I
ahead
am.
and trait the 1 trap.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and trait Emergency Preparations as well. That'll drop a trap every time you evade something.
Okay.
And then, do you have points left?
33.
Okay, fill out Complex Mechanisms. It's 4th down, first thing.
Okay, that's maxed.
Okay, go ahead and put in blue line, put points into Quick Draw.
Okay. All the way?
Yes. How many
Okay.
points do you have left now?
I've got 18 after I maxed that out.
Okay. Another thing is in yellow line, max out Elusive. It's the second row, or second down.
In yellow line,
In yellow line, that's correct.
elusive is already maxed.
Okay. In the third row of yellow line, do you have is explosive powder activated?
No, I probably
Okay.
have to use explosive arrow first.
So do explosive arrow and then max explosive powder.
Done?
Okay. How many points left?
I have 12 points left.
So 12. That's going to be 5 and 1. Go ahead and put points into... is the second row in blue open?
Yes.
go ahead and put points into quick shot focus.
I can just max it out. I've got 2 points left. I can take
Did
them
you
back
have
out
to
too.
Did you have to max it out to activate Barbed Fury in the third row?
Yes. If
Okay.
if that's
So-
not maxed out, Barb Fury isn't available.
Okay, so max it out and then put a point into Barbed Fury.
Okay.
Okay. Basically, the goal is to get your damage over time to be significant,
Okay.
or beefing it up. Okay,
So
go ahead
adding to
and
Barbed
apply.
Fury later will help improve that as well.
Yeah, and this is not really a line that you're gonna want to use unless you're kiting something really difficult. This will allow you to kite something around for a long time and heal yourself, and but the whole damage thing about it, it's very slow. So
Okay.
this is a special purpose here that I'm going to show you right now. So I'm going to show you your special purpose.
You ever see the movie The Jerk?
That's exactly why I said it. So
I don't know. I want
All
you
right.
showing me my special purpose, Chromite. I don't know
Okay,
you well
so-
enough yet.
so come over here.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is I want you to turn sideways from this tree.
Okay.
And what this is going to do is this is going to put your triple traps, and actually I'm going to do the same thing along with you here. This is going to put your triple traps down. And they will be sideways. So if you look at my traps, notice how when I stand on this side, I've got 3 traps in between me and the tree now.
Okay.
Don't put your traps down yet. I'm just going to show you with my traps how
All
to
right.
do this. I'm going to put a piercing trap in the front.
Okay.
Piercing trap will heal every time I do damage to the tree. So that heals me while I do damage to the tree. I'm going to put tripwire at the back. So now I've got 4 traps between me and the tree, and a tripwire. So that tree is gonna, when you get these traps down, they refresh. And see, they last for a full minute,
Okay.
and so you have prep time here. Now, just before you pull, you drop a decoy,
Okay.
and then you switch trait line back to red.
Oh.
This allows you to have traps down, fully maxed and debuffing and healing you, as well as a decoy that's going to explode when you attack. And so this way, you can make use of the yellow line, as well as switch to your maximum DPS line. And so this is useful in instances when you're soloing instances, which you haven't done yet. But this is what I do when I'm soloing instances for the daily featured instance. I don't need somebody there, to fill out the group. I can do this solo. And many classes can do it. This is just a trick for the hunter class. Just makes it easier to kill high morale mobs and also to keep yourself healed.
Okay.
So one of the things you have to do is when you're switching trait lines, make sure you check that box not to have that pop up. You really want to switch traits, that thing. You want to turn that off because that's extra time. So what you would do always is switch to your trap stance, lay your traps down, remember sideways because you want 3 traps in between. Piercing trap at the front to get the healing going. Tripwire at the back, drop your dummy, switch to red, focus up, camel up, focus up, burn hot, whatever, start your fight. It's a whole big sequence, but once you do it often enough, it becomes old hat, and you can take down some pretty beefy thing.
Okay. And when you say your stance, you actually mean trait line.
Trait line, yeah, sorry.
Turn it off so it doesn't ask me if I want to change trait lines or not.
Yeah, and you want to do that for also big battle stuff too. You want to be able to switch without a stupid pop-up popping up.
Okay.
underscore AAA is asking, hey, does anybody know if the next update will make much different to active hunter abilities, or will it just be different numbers, or what? They are increasing the damage of certain skills. So penetrating shot, upshot, heartseeker, merciful shot, they're all going to hit for quite a bit harder. And it's going to make a blue line penetrating shot spamming setup pretty good. But you will run out of focus fairly quickly and also out of power fairly quickly. Actually, your most problem is the power. And I like to think that the Purge poison buff is in there because I was the one who kept constantly hounding Cordovan. And also, Bloodborne put in a good word for me, trying to get Cordovan to talk to me in Discord chat, but he didn't end up doing that. But he had, I guess maybe that was just enough to press home that, it is very important for hunters to have their defenses. And that cure poison defense is pretty crappy compared to every other class that can cure everything. So I like to think that maybe it was me that helped push that through. Get the 2 debuffs removed. It's really nice.
Yep. Let's see some trap action there. Dave.
Yeah, let's do your practicing laying the traps down. And then pulling the mob through.
All right.
Now, not only is it going to be healing you, not only will the tripwire trap knock the mob down so it doesn't attack you, it'll be stunned during that time. All of that, it's also debuffing the defenses of the mob. It's, when it's knocked down, it makes it so all of your hits will be going through because it can't block, parry, or evade while knocked down. And the what trap? The piercing trap will also heal you. That's very important.
Okay. So I'm looking for triple trap.
Triple trap. Red foot.
Yeah, I've literally never used this trait line before on any character, so I'm like, what am I looking for?
Trees moving, trees moving.
Trees are always moving. Okay.
Sideways, triple trap, piercing trap in the front.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Trap. Trees coming from the other side. Maybe be on the road here. What I would recommend that you do is put all the traps in a row on your hotbar, all together. That way you can just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, aggro.
Okay, I'm going to have to move back to a trait bar that I actually know, and I can't switch because we're in combat.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just going to run this off, hopefully. It'll reset. It's going back to you. Yeah. So, what you can do is just start laying traps on top of it, knock it down, do the dummy. There is a skill called, looks like a little devil, called Lingering Wound. Just spam that skill over and over. It puts a stacking dot on the mob.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I would move that to 1 for this trait setup. I mean,
Lingering
do it
Wound?
now, but yes, because you want to spam Lingering Wound over and over and over.
Okay.
Get your distance while the decoy is up. You notice the decoy stuns him. This allows you, when the decoy also has aggro of the tree, you want to get your distance, so it takes longer for the tree to get to you. The decoy will blow up, it'll stun the tree, and then there's a long period of time between the tree getting to you, and in that time you can be spamming all of your dots, dropping traps, all your stuff's cooling down. If you were on a cool server like Landreval, I could show you all this stuff, but I'm just a little wee lad on this server.
I have a 39th level minstrel over there. That's got to count for something, right?
Yeah, maybe we should level up your character, get you into the other areas. Okay, so you didn't get a chance to do your trap setup.
Correct.
So what I was saying, don't run up to the tree. Come over here. Get your hotbar set up first.
Well, that's no fun. That's going to take all the adventure right out of this.
Put all the traps together in a row. So you want your piercing trap, you want your triple trap, you want your tripwire, and then you want the one trap, all next to each other in the hotbar, not laying them on the ground.
Oh.
This is so you don't have to go poking around for them, because you're not used to them. They'll all be on one place.
Well, let's at least try to get the feel for how this works. Of course, now the tree's so far away.
That's why I say you only have so much prep time. Get these things. Get your hotkey set up first.
Here's what you've forgotten, though, is I'm totally awesome, so I'll make this work.
Well,
there we go.
so your traps are disappearing.
That's all right.
You need to be hitting him so it'll break that trap and go into the other one. There you go. One cool thing is that even at my level, traps will still be able to do damage on purple mobs.
Oh,
Normally,
okay.
your skills will not affect purple mobs. So this is kind of a trick for when you're leveling up. If you've got a really difficult mob, switch to yellow line. If you're a lower level hunter, and use traps because they hit for a tremendous amount of damage. They don't get mitigated as far as I know. They can be resisted, but they don't get mitigated. They hit for full damage. And even if the mob is purple, it'll still do damage. So you can just be running around kiting a mob and just laying traps. That's why yellow line is considered the troll trait line of the hunters. That's why it's kind of, people don't like it in the moors.
Yeah, if you think I'm bad at playing a hunter, you should see me out in the moors. Alright, let's go back to yellow. And how do you want the... So I got lingering wound first. You're saying put all the traps together?
Yeah, put all the traps together. They don't necessarily have to be in your main hotbar, because you're going to be clicking them and placing them, because you have to use a mouse pointer to place them. So just put them all in a row together. So get your... Yeah. And the other thing is, the very last key in the first row of my hotbar, you currently have barbed arrow there.
Yeah.
I set that to my middle mouse button to activate. And in there is where I put the skills that are instacast. So if I'm doing running around away from something, and let's say I get my Heartseeker proc, my Heartseeker skill is on that one that's activated by middle mouse button. Same thing with in Yellow Line with the Deadly Decoy. It means I can drop that decoy on the run. I don't have to do anything. Just I know I can drop it, and that allows it to attract attention of a mob and gives me a chance to get away. So anyway, now that you've got your traps all together, you're missing one. Your tripwire is above. You want to kind of have it on the same row. At least in the same area is fine.
Okay.
I would put the dummy where the tripwire is, maybe. For your, so you've got Lingering Wound. Quick Shot is good as the second one.
Penetrating shot, then Swift Bow.
Yep, that's fine. Oh, that's fine, cool. Yeah, there you go. I would move the one trap where the triple trap is right now.
Okay.
And the way that works is that's kind of the order of the traps in which you want to place them between you and the tree. So you lay piercing trap down first. Do your the one trap right on top of the piercing trap.
Okay.
Then you do your triple trap. Then you do your tripwire.
Okay.
And just as you're about to switch over to red, you drop your dummy. And you switch to red, do your build up, and go.
And I always have to turn 90 degrees to get my triple traps laid down correctly.
Just on edge. This is mainly so you can have 3 traps in front of the mob, between you and the mob, versus one trap. Because if you're standing like this direction between you and the mob, you've only got one trap in between you. I mean, you've got 2 others, but you want the mob to get caught in one trap and get stuck there while you're doing damage, and then finally it breaks the trap, goes into the next trap, gets stuck there, and it doesn't activate all 3 traps at once. All of this just gives you a big damage, debuffing, and healing bonus while you're in red line.
Too slow.
Zingor, hunters do have to do a lot of prep. This isn't the normal prep. You're not going to be doing this in a group normally. So in some cases you can. You'll have enough time to do it. Like when I'm running into Sameth Ghoul and doing what's his face, you get stunned at the beginning of the fight, but you still have enough time if you're the first one in there to lay down your traps on top of him, especially lay down a tripwire, because as soon as he becomes active, he gets stunned, and that's all free damage and without him casting. So being able to lay your traps in instances is really good, as long as you are able to switch to your main red line DPS. You have to, this is all, like I said, more advanced stuff. You have to know how to do all this super quick and how much time you have. But yes, hunters have to do a crap load of prep to do their max damage. And then you get classes like RKs where you just roll your head across the keyboard.
Yeah, and I've played arcade on stream before and had people comment, "It's like, is that all you do?" It's like, yeah, pretty much. I hit these 4 keys until it's dead.
Yeah. And then you also have champs who just kind of look around in some sort of direction where they're not really facing the mobs, and they just AoE, AoE, AoE. You know, these classes are everybody thinks hunters are a very simple class. While they're simple to play on landscape, they are not really simple to maximize the damage that they can do in like tier 2 instances and stuff. There's a huge gap between a hunter that knows all of these procs and how to manage them versus a hunter that doesn't. And that's why there's kind of been a bad name for hunters, is that many people aren't aware of all this stuff that hunters can do. And so when somebody invites a hunter to a group and they don't know this stuff, it kind of makes it difficult for those of us that do.
Well, I mean, what percentage of level cap hunters would you say actually have all of this down? 10%? 20%?
I would say lower.
Okay.
5%.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah,
like I said earlier, to get a hunter to level cap was no particularly challenging feat, but to play it well, I mean, I knew that I wasn't playing well just based on my squishiness.
Yeah, and I don't think this is any problem with players or anything. I think it's the trait trees. It's the way things were set up. None of this was explained when trait trees first came out.
Yeah, I mean, the combinations of different skills and how they affect one another and how they interact. I mean, this is something that isn't really laid out for the players anywhere. Either really, really, really spend a lot of time working all this stuff out, or you find somebody else who did and learn from them, or you just don't know. And I think
exactly
95% of the character base doesn't know. That's why we're going through this.
Yeah, there used to be, it used to be a more inviting community on the forums and the hunter forums to be able to put this stuff down and help educate the users. But ever since the Helm's Deep debacle, whatever, ever since Helm's Deep, came out, there was a lot of sourness towards Turbine, and people didn't want to put the effort. Like, this is a bigger one.
Oh, what the hell did I just do? I didn't even mean to attack him. Yeah, I don't know. I was asleep at the mouse.
Either right-clicking on it or double-clicking on it will initiate that.
That was my bad.
Yeah, so when Helm's Deep came around, many things changed on the Hunter forums. We used to have a lot of theory crafting. Why is it attacking me? We used to have a lot of theory crafting hunters. I'm dead. And we still do have some theory crafting hunters that go and figure all this stuff out. But it's they either don't take the time to post about it anymore, or they just don't want to. That's why there's so much outdated information on basically all the class forums. Many things changed, and most people don't know this stuff just by playing the hunter. Who thinks to look for the procs? You don't know. I mean, the interface itself doesn't make that very easy or conducive. You have to hover over the procs and the buffs that you get just to see the benefits of them, and that's why I had you set up the buff bars, so you can actually see those procs and what they do, to give you a better understanding of what skills to hit and what things will buff you up. Now there's a slider thing from buff bars going across the middle of your character there. That slider basically shows buffs, and they gradually slide to the right. If you don't want that there, we can tell you how to remove it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not bothering me.
Okay.
You gonna be able to get back here? Yeah, there you are. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Tree. Those trees send out those roots, and they'll just kill me. I'm but a wee lad. Thalamitra, that is what's called a slider, effect slider. That is part of buff bars. And you can use that as well to put these procs on, but it doesn't have the words. I prefer to have the words up there. Deathman42, there is a program to download and install plugins. It's called LOTRO Plugin Compendium, and it's not a plugin for the game. It's actually a program that you install and then launch on your desktop, and it brings up a window that allows you to search through all the plugins that are supported by it, and then just put a checkbox by a plugin, click on a button that says add plugin, it'll download, extract the plugin, and put it in an appropriate directory. And then you just have to know how to load the plugins in game. You can use the built-in plugin manager, or you can type a command line to load them.
I thought it'd be fun to go kill some spiders, but we'll take out this troll on our way to go find spiders.
Well, you still need those prospector map pieces, I think.
Well, I got the third of 3.
Oh, did you get the third one? Okay.
Yeah.
You have to go turn in that quest.
Yeah, because that's really important at level 104.
Well, it's rep. So my traps are hitting this thing. I'm gonna knock him down. Boom. I mean, this guy is way purple to me. He's more than 15 levels above me, or let's see, is he? Yeah, he's...
It's safe to say that if I lost
14
aggro, you'd pee yourself a little.
Just a little bit.
There we go. So, I always talk about how... Yes?
You see what Zinger said in chat? He says, "Okay, I'll fess. I just logged in one of my hunters and switched over to Redline. I had going. I probably don't have all the good skill you had Ed set up, but trying to use some of the skills you mentioned, it's not bad."
Yes,
Yeah.
Zinger. Feel the hatred. Let it surge through you.
Yes. I already converted Mini Skazi from blue line to red line. I'm working on another.
Well, and I mean, the reality is, for most players, you know, it's true with cars, it's true with computers, it's true with everything. We tend to like what we're familiar with more than
Yes.
anything else. And
Yeah.
you know, I'm always picking on Macintosh users because, oh, my Macintosh is great. Yeah, that's because you know how to use it and you don't know how to use a Windows PC.
Thanks for posting that link, Ninth Pawn. If everybody didn't see, Ninth Pawn posted a link to the LOTRO plugin compendium. If you install that and then run it, it will you can select which plugins to install and download, and you can launch them using the plugin manager in game. Be aware, you don't want to install a lot of plugins and have them auto launch inside the plugin manager of LOTRO. If you have too many, it'll increase your load time when loading into the game. I mean, already it takes a long time to load into the game, but if you add more and more plugins into there, it'll really slow it down. So there's another plugin called Bootstrap that allows you to launch your plugins after you've loaded in-game. Plus it gives you an in-game menu. You put plugins in the menu and then launch them whenever you want, rather than always having them loaded. You know, I'm finding that Lingering Wound is actually getting through and doing damage on these mobs.
Nice.
I can hit mobs with Lingering Wound that are purple to me. That's just craziness. So I'm able to drop my traps on them, do my my decoy. It's all affecting them. Kind of cool. So, were you killing spiders out here the other day?
Yeah.
So, do you feel a difference between then and now?
Yeah, they're dying faster.
Maybe I should stop helping, but let's have you try one without me at all, and then let's see if you feel a difference with your new rotation and stuff. If you have fire oils and bow chants, use them too.
Okay. Looks like I'm still camouflaged.
Yeah, the only thing that'll break camo is if you move or if you have a dot on yourself. That'll tick and then break your camo. Don't forget, you can use upshot.
So yeah, I mean, they melt down pretty quick.
Yeah, and try to remember, try not to use Swift Bow until you get the Instacast, the Swift and True buff.
Okay.
Basically, you will do more damage doing penetrating shot and quick shot in the same amount of time that you would do a Swift Bow. So that's why you want to wait for those Instacast Swift Bows.
All right, let's melt this bad boy down. Well, there's Swift and True. Okay.
So the other thing to think about...
Nice.
Yeah. The other thing to think about is upshot. Remember, upshot has a long after animation. So whenever you get that instant Swift Bow buff, Swift and True up,
Horse Spirit, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you with us tonight.
think about hitting upshot before you hit the Swift Bow, because that Swift instant Swift Bow proc will cut the animation of upshot.
That's counterintuitive to me, because the problem I normally have with upshot is that it drains all of my available focus.
Yes. So what you do is you do upshot, instant Swift Bow, and then go to quick shot. Because one quick shot should get you enough to do penetrating shot, and then you do another quick shot to get. I mean, you build up your focus back that way.
Well, I thought you were just telling me to go straight from upshot to swift bow.
Yes.
How can I do swift bow if I just drained all of my focus using upshot?
Swift bow is not a focus shot. It's an induction shot.
Oh, okay.
But
Adds
it
to focus.
becomes instant casting when you get that swift and true buff. And you use that instacast to cut upshot's animation.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, it's a lot of information to learn, but once you are aware of all this stuff and you can see it in action, in cutting of the animations and just how quickly, once you master this, the flow of skills when you start ramping up, it becomes like a runaway train, and you just feel yourself going faster. It snowballs faster and faster, and you feel like you're I don't know, you feel like you're just doing this full steam ahead type of thing, and it feels good. It's a very adrenaline rush type of thing.
Okay, there I just did upshot and then followed it with swift bow.
Yeah, and then immediately after swift bow, you go to quick shot.
Wow, he
to
melted
get your
pretty
focus
damn
back up.
fast, actually. That
Yeah.
was quicker than I thought it would be.
Well, that's upshot for you. Upshot will hit big when your focus is up.
Okay.
The more focus you have, the bigger upshot will hit. And I believe in update 19, that's going to hit for even harder now, too. Penetrating shot, upshot, merciful shot as well. Once a mob gets down, below, was it 70%?
Mm-hmm.
That merciful shot is going to hit for big. Zingor says, runaway trains move. You know what else moves? Blue line hunters. There, I had to redeem myself, kinda. Red line hunters move too, Zingor.
Okay, well, this is a double hit point nemesis, so
Okay, so you
this
have
should
to
be
be
fun.
Well, hang on. There's a spider behind you. Kill the spider in the back here first.
All right.
Be aware of your surroundings, because you may have to run.
Spatial awareness?
That's correct.
I've heard of such things.
Now keep in mind, the damage that you're doing now
Mm-hmm.
will probably be about 2 to 3 times more once you get proper LI set up. And the legacies on your LIs make a huge difference. So this guy is going to be pretty big, so he's going to also have little baby spiders that come out. For this one, I would recommend the trap method, laying down the traps in between and doing that. But
I was killing these guys before. I'm not really expecting it to be...
Okay, I wasn't sure how you, if you were able to handle these or not.
Yeah.
So, in Ostrimon, over in Far Anorian, there is a group of mobs that you have a daily that you can do. And there are warriors, and then archers, and then there's a war leader. And the war leader has very high mitigations.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also got like about 685,000 morale. And a level 105 hunter, I can go out there and just stand still, and from a standstill, laying some traps down, I can nuke that guy down without having to move on my main hunter. So that's a 685,000 morale mob with high mitigations. So it's a really good test to see if you can put out enough DPS and also have a bit of survivability.
Okay.
to be able to kill him, take him on solo.
Well, shall we go turn in some task items here at Limelight and then maybe go find something more challenging?
Yeah. I won't be able to go for the more challenging stuff, unfortunately. I'll just have to watch on a delay.
Yeah, because obviously I'm going to have to practice the trap business quite a bit more.
Yeah.
But at least as far as improving the red line rotation, I feel like I've got a pretty good grip on this.
Yeah, the important thing is to get the what is it, the fast draw tiered up to 3. It allows you to execute your skills much faster. And then also to be aware of those instacast swift bows. Whenever you see those up, then you know you can hit upshot and then that instacast swift bow, and you got big damage. Boom. Drains all of your focus, but you can just build that back up using intent concentration or quick shot.
We are building a fighting force of extraordinary magnitude. It requires total concentration. Big fan of Kentucky Fried Movie. People watch KF movie now and they're like, this isn't that funny. And it's like, you don't understand. There was no such thing as sketch comedy, and then this came out. It launched Saturday Night Live, it launched Airplane, it launched Lethal Weapon, it launched, not Lethal Weapon, Naked Gun. It was responsible for just about every aspect of modern comedy.
I want to say that we snuck into the movies when I was a kid to see that. We used to be able to hop between theaters and stuff.
Well, yeah, I remember as a kid, man, Catholic high school girls in trouble was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. It's like, are those boobs pressed against a shower door? That is awesome! Ironically enough, I still have the DVD, and I still say it every time I watch that scene. Look, honey, it's boobs. They're awesome. My wife will just look over, and she'll be like, yeah, those are pretty nice. She doesn't care.
So something else, that's related to the legacies is your quick shot slow in strength stance. I normally recommend that if a hunter is leveling up, and of course they do not have a Heartseeker set, to go with rather than using the Heartseeker legacy on their bow. Do the quick shot slow in strength stance legacy, because you can get your quick shot slow to 60%. That mob runs at you like a steamroller, so slow. If you remember in Austin Powers, where the guy's like standing holding his arm out going no, while the steamroller is rolling toward them, like toward him really, really slow. It's kind of funny that way. Because the mob will just go at you super slow, and all that time you're just plucking him with arrows and just killing him, and he'll die before he gets to you.
It's a happy thing.
Yeah.
I am now known as Nemone, warrior of the Limelight Gorge. So I've got that going for me, which is nice.
I have a question. Do you have any first stage symbols
Probably not.
in your vault? Okay.
In fact, now that you're saying first age symbol, I don't even. That doesn't. There's. What are we looking for?
It's the symbols that you use to craft your legendary items. I see you crafted your crossbow.
Yeah, and my.
Where did you get the item for that?
Crafted. I had it.
Do you remember where you got it from?
Probably Peller Gear.
Retaking Peller Gear?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, you pretty much the only way to get those symbols now is to do big battles, or tier 2 challenge raids. But it's very uncommon in the tier 2 challenge raids. You have to be very lucky to get it there. So really, big battles is your main source, and you would have to get them from the auction hall. So imbuing a weapon is very, very important for a hunter. Imbuing the bow. But before you imbue, you want to have the proper legacies. You do not have the proper legacies.
Correct.
And the reason why you want the proper legacies is because if you imbue your bow and you have all these wrong legacies that you need to replace, you either need to pay mithril coins for it, or you need to get imbued item legacy replacement scrolls. And you can get a total of, I believe, about 6 or 8 of those if you did all the quest lines from Gondor forward. I believe it's from Central Gondor forward. And you'll get the, is it Central? Maybe it's Eastern Gondor forward. You'll be able to get those doing finishing up the quest areas. And so it's either mithril coins or that special scroll to change your legacies after you've imbued. That's why you want to have all your legacies set before you imbue.
Okay. So do we want me to go try on a tougher target? Do we want me to take a look at my legendaries and see how effed up they are? What would you like to look at?
I'm thinking right now your legacies need to be fixed.
Okay.
On your bow. We need to fix that. Because that, while taking on a tougher target, will make it much, much easier once you get the proper legacies on there. So, take us back to Galtrev, and then we can look at see if you have anything
Mustafa
in the
was
vault.
kind enough to reload me with the fresh Coke Zero. Hope everybody
nice.
at home has one as well.
Thank you, Mrs. Mustafa.
I don't deserve her, but she married me, so she's stuck with me anyway. All right, so where are we going? Up to the
The vault, the crafting area. Oh, Arkenstone is so horribly laggy this last week. Trying to get through the doors is really tough.
Okay, Galtrev Crafting Hall. Let me see.
Just look for a blemish symbol of the Elder King. See if you have one in the vault, or do you
might
know everything
still have
that's
one
in there?
stocked away? No, I'm a pack rat. I've got so much crap I can't keep track of it. And then the problem is I may still have one, but it might be on Galandriel. No, it's a worn symbol of the Elder King.
Yeah, too low level.
I've got
The
some.
sad thing is he did have one, but he had to throw it away to make room for fish trophies.
Yeah. If I have to choose between a blemished symbol of the Elder King or a carp, I'm keeping the carp. That's just how I roll. I'm not a smart man. So I have to have Zinger with me a lot so he can say stuff like, "Come on, Big Ed, you have to get back in the van so we can get you back to the group home and you can have pudding." Okay. I'll finish up the quest. Otherwise, I just kind of lose focus. So I can pop over and take a look on Galandriel real quick.
This is where another plugin would come in handy. There's a plugin called Kiki plugin, or Kiki Inventory, where you can type /inv for inventory space and then a search term, and it'll search through your characters' inventories and spit out what you were looking for. It's a plugin that I use in all my setups, and since I'm such a pack rat, it allows me to search through everything while I'm on one character, and then lets me know what other characters have that item. And Titan Bar also has that feature, but it's not command line based. You have to actually click on something and then type something in a search box.
Now, Hunzi's right that Warrior of the Limelight Gorge doesn't compare to any of the fishing titles. And I am proud to say that as inept as I've been with Nemone, she is a lady of streams and a complete angler. And my house here on Arkenstone has double sets of all of the Trout Master, Darter Master, and Sturgeon Master trophies, as well as, I don't know, I doubled up on 50-pound salmon, but the Master trophies are all Minas Tirith. Who wrecked the place? I'm going to be really happy when I'm done with Minas Tirith dailies.
Are you doing them to obtain Scrolls of Empowerment? Are you doing it to do rep? What are you doing them for?
Rep mostly. I'm just trying to get back to max rep.
Well, you are aware that there's, what, 1, 2, or 3 levels above Kindred?
Yeah, let's see where I'm at here. Defenders of Minas Tirith, I am currently honored.
I see.
And
Okay.
I am... I probably shouldn't have looked. 20,400 rep points away from being maxed.
Revered, I think it is?
Yeah. I will fight the urge to show off my fishing trophies and ride straight for the vault.
So, one thing that we need to look for also is, have you gotten one of those imbued legacy replacement scrolls?
Yeah, I should have some of those.
Okay. Because we can probably fix your current bow, you know, using one before we, so what we'd have to do is first level up several bows, tear off legacies that you need, apply them to your current bow, then imbue your current bow, do an imbued legacy replacement scroll on your current bow to apply something that you need.
Okay, imbued legacy replacement scrolls, I have 2.
Well, that's on this character. They're bound to this character.
Oh, they are bound to this character. That sucks. Blemish symbols of Celebrimbor. Not Elder King, though. I've got a bunch of Second Age stuff. I got plenty of... I haven't used any Anthelus Starlit crystals on either of Nemone's items, but I've got them sitting here.
Have you used them on your mains items yet?
Yeah. Well, what's funny about it is I still haven't bothered crafting... my main is using crap. Well, not really crap, but Second Age sword, and I do have a First Age symbol. And I have used the Starlit crystals on both. They're upgraded 3 times.
Okay. You do not want to use Starlit crystals on your melee weapon.
Okay.
It helps you in no way. You're not going to be meleeing. So all it does...
Right,
is
I'm talking about the champion here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You only want to use it on the bow.
Only on the bow for a hunter.
Okay.
Because all it will raise up would be the DPS on the melee weapon, and then I think if you had a stat, it would raise up the stat. You know, if you had like agility or something on it. But really, it's not worth putting Starlit crystals on it. It's not worth it at all. Save all those for the bow, because you need like 14 of them. 14 Starlight Crystals to max it. Something like that. I think it's 19 to max.
I thought you could only use 3.
Well, you're not imbued yet. Once you imbue, your max can go higher.
Oh. So I don't want to use these at all until I get the legacy straightened out and imbue it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Het_AAA is asking, does it matter when Starlit Crystals are used? No, it does not matter when they are used. It does matter how many you can apply to your weapon, because if you haven't imbued yet, the maximum you can apply is 3. Also,
Now, I do have one imbued weapon that I played around with, and I did it literally just so I could say, yeah, I tried imbuing a weapon once. I carry a two-handed sword that I almost never use on the champion, and I have it up to 230, but I mean, it's a third age piece of crap. It's got crap legacies in it. I don't use it much. But
look at its DPS, though, compared to your second age.
right, but it's also a two-handed weapon.
Oh, it's a two-hander versus one-hander. I see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so just as a reference here, just a suggestion. You don't want to waste... spend time wasting, imbuing a third age or whatever, and then getting it up to, a first age level. Basically, a third age, a second age can get to a first age's level. It just requires more crystals, more scrolls. And so you really kind of want to just do big battles until you get those symbols, or just look on the auction hall, see if you can buy them for like 40 gold. That's what they used to sell for. I don't know what they sell for now. Many people stopped doing big battles, so they're not that common anymore. Hunzi is asking, can you break down an imbued weapon? No, you cannot break down an imbued weapon. You might be able to use a relic removal scroll on an imbued weapon, but you cannot decon an imbued weapon. The only thing you can do if you want to get rid of it is to just drag it, unequip it, and then drag it and drop it out of your inventory. No deconning an imbued weapon.
My hunter gameplay is rough, but this Coke Zero tastes smooth.
A little bit of the ice cold bubbly.
All right. So we were looking for legacy scrolls. I got nothing. I got relic removal. I've got legacy tier upgrade. The only thing that I can say is positive is I've got plenty of third age bows we can charge up and melt down.
What about item experience, heritage runes? Do you have a stockpile of those?
Not a big one. I've got about 15 of them on me, it looks like, ranging from 800k to 938k.
That's good, because you will need a lot once you imbue.
Okay.
So, here's what I recommend. Right now, we need to get as many legacies on your bow as we can that are, good legacies. And I'm actually going to log out here and switch over to Landroval so I can look at my stuff.
Hey, Ed.
Hi.
I sent you a symbol if you're ending up going to go and just decon and pull off legacies. You can just send it back, whatever.
That was very nice. Thank you.
It's up to Chromite. He's in charge, apparently. He's the boss.
Well, it all depends. I mean, if you're going to be nice and give a symbol, I mean, we can just work with that, and that way we don't have to start over from fresh.
Yeah, I sent a symbol. Are you planning on just helping with the bow, or are you going to do both?
Well, the problem is he's got 2 majors on the bow and then 4 minors, so he's overwritten a major. And
Okay,
those
so
majors
the,
are kind
the
of
bow is the
important.
priority right now. For
Yeah. And just since he has no imbued item replacement scrolls, we can't repair that. But I need to see how many majors we have here.
Chromite's the boss? I didn't know Bruce Springsteen was playing LOTRO.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going AFK for a second.
Oh, that's
It's
how
gotta
you
go
can
take
tell
his Tylenol.
a minor from a major. A minor legacy is in silver, and a major legacy is in gold.
Yes.
It's just, I just found everything about legendary items to be so needlessly tedious and grinding. I just hate even thinking about this stuff. It's like, here's what I know. These suck. And I wish we didn't have to jack with them. Major Legacy Tier 5, Major Legacy Tier 2, Strength Quick Shot Slow, Merciful Shot Cooldown.
Yeah, and normally you'll get 3 major and 3 minor, with the majors at the top, minors at the bottom. But sometimes you can get extra major legacies.
If you're super
Yeah.
lucky.
I'm sure there are like calculus majors that look at the legacy or the legendary system and go, I can't figure this crap out.
Bye, Het AAA. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, even with the additional grind necessary, I still really enjoyed once they added imbued legacy or imbued legendaries, because it was kind of like, this is the last LI I'll ever need to make.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right, so
Well, is there a
We need to
fun
make a
way where maybe we can do a test of my new red line skills combined with maybe a chance at pulling one of the scrolls we need? Is there a daily I can run? Something I can solo?
no, the scrolls only come from quest lines.
Okay. Which is why Galadriel has 2 of them and Nemini has none. She hasn't done a
Because
whole
you
lot.
skip, you haven't
Yeah.
skipped the. It's I believe it's Eastern Gondor, where you start getting them. And you only get them at the end once you clear out all the quests in each area.
Yeah.
And there's 1, 2, 3 areas, something like that, 3 or 4 areas.
Okay.
So that's where we need to make a decision here. If we want to work on your LI right now and get it repaired, we can craft a new one using the symbol that Zingor sent.
Zinger was very generous. As rare as those are, I'm not real comfortable with just burning one of his symbols.
It's fine. I don't really do them, and I had 6 of them in my vault, so
You're absolutely sure you don't mind us using it?
I am totally sure.
Okay.
Definitely.
Very nice of you, Zingor.
All right. Well, I
Very,
can
very
certainly,
nice.
certainly craft another first stage weapon. That should be...
Yeah. So that would be this time craft a bow.
I was going to ask, is an expert hunter, you have a preference for bow over crossbow?
Just purely for the reason of the hits, the auto attack have a plus 1% critical hit chance. It's only for auto attacks, nothing else. For crossbows, your auto attacks have a better chance of not being blocked. But it's Either or, really. It's more of a cosmetic thing.
Okay.
But at this point, I would just recommend a bow.
I have a cosmetic preference for the crossbow. You just
Oh,
don't
okay.
see
If
them a
you-
lot, and I actually get compliments on this crossbow. People are like, "That crossbow's cool." So,
That's why they have the cosmetic weapon system, yeah.
I suppose that's true too.
Yeah.
Assuming you're allowed to wear a
Gonna
bow
check
with
that.
cosmetic crossbow.
I'm checking that right now. I don't know if I've ever tried it or not.
Yeah, I know some weapon combinations are weird that you normally think it would be available.
Does
but it's
not does not work, so you can't do it cosmetically. So if you have a bow equipped and then you cosmetically equip a crossbow, it does not show up. So you have to have a crossbow to be able to do it. Most likely for the animation thing. So in order to craft the bow, go to the Western Net tier. Make sure it's a level 100 bow that you're crafting. You will need a 2 emerald shards. You will need 5 of your crafting item, which would be the wooden. What is it? The walnut boards, 5 walnut boards, and then 7 of those legendary item shards. Legendary shards.
Wow, it's legendary fragments. Chromite's such an idiot.
Oh, it's fragments. Well, there's the shards is what the lower level one, the level 60.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
okay. I get them mixed up too.
It's either or.
We're not angry with you, Chromite. We're just disappointed.
And all the last hours that you spent helping Ed has gone to waste by that little mistake you made.
Okay, I've got the stuff. And the workbench is over here. So, reshaped hunter's crossbow of the first age.
Sure.
It does look pretty neat, actually. It has the little wings on it. Something.
Well, that's the crappy old one we're about to destroy.
Oh, you're not going to destroy it. You hold on to that.
Okay.
Keep it forever so you'll remember the mistakes you made.
We can no. We can turn it into a trapping bow.
Okay.
Basically, you can have 2 different setups of LIs, where you have one for your main DPS and then another one for not crowd control, but trapping. Basically, you can put your quick shot slow on that, although we're probably going to put quick shot slow on this main one too. So
It's okay. In a week, you'll have 12 more bows that Chromite will make you set up. You'll have a bow in case you need to fight goblins. You'll have a bow for fighting orcs and Moria.
Situational legendary. Somebody predicted this happening.
yeah, I mean it's just let me see. Quick shot. Really, there's not much difference. So, I mean, you could decon it if you don't want to have a bunch of stuff in your pack.
Major tier
But
5, major tier 5, major
For
tier
me,
4.
I put like critical defense stuff on my trapping bow, and that way it's mainly a survivability build. And I go yellow line if I want to do something super hard. Deathman says we haven't gotten to titles yet. There are 2 titles that you only want to focus on. One is either the crit one, and the other is the physical mastery one. And the crit one you can get it from Central Gondor bartering, I believe, and then you can also get it from Western Gondor bartering. Sorry, not Central Gondor. It's Eastern Gondor bartering, and then Western Gondor bartering for the crit title. That's Baleriand, and then crit 3. And then the physical mastery one, if your crit is overcapped, you want to switch to that title. That one comes from Fanghorn. So you have to go to Durndingle and do the Fanghorn dailies for the leaves to barter for that one.
Okay, I'm getting ready to melt this 38th level crossbow. Anything on here I want?
So generally, how are you with relics?
Piss poor.
Okay, so generally what you want to do is max that out to level 60 and then decon it.
If you mean how many relics do I have? Is that the question?
How many relics do you have? Click on the relic forging tab.
Okay, I have hundreds of bronze relics. If I go up to
Oh my
tier 9,
god, okay.
yeah,
Okay.
we can make
Yeah,
all the
okay.
relics we want.
How many tier 9 relics do you have?
Apparently none at the moment. I mean,
Tier 8?
it's a huge gold sink, so I don't spend a lot of time crushing them. No, it looks like I've got there's at least 3 tier 9s. I could auto combine them right now.
Okay, we don't want to do that yet. We're not looking at that. How many what do you have for tier 8?
Tier 8.
I need to know in each level or each tier how many you have.
Tier 8, 0. Tier 7 I should have some. And I do. It looks like I've got 2, 4, 5, 6 tier 7. Bunches of tier 6. 1, 3,
What is
5,
bunches?
7, 9, 11, 13.
Okay, bunches to me is in 20s and 40s.
Okay, if I go down to 4s and 5s, I don't have that many 4s either, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, I have bunches of tier 1.
Yeah.
Hundreds and hundreds.
You have zillions of tier 1.
Yeah.
So here's the problem. It looks like you haven't really been leveling up LIs to level 60 and then deconning them?
I have just recently started.
Okay.
This character, again, because of my disgust with everything I went through on my champion, for a long time she hunted with just her own crafted melee weapons and her own crafted bows. I didn't even use LIs on her until, like I said, I basically broke her completely. And Zinger was like, yeah, you need legendary weapons. Yeah, you need to get real armor with essences in it. And we kind of went through a bunch of stuff. So
Yeah. So basically, you probably have several heritage runes sitting around. What you want to do is go find one that's maybe like 500,000 item experience on it, and then apply it to this.
I have 15 of them, and all of them are 800,000 plus experience.
You don't have any smaller ones.
I have one smaller one that I just got as a loot drop that I think... Oh, no, I used it on the sword. It had 3,000 experience points.
Okay, so you really haven't been getting an influx of heritage runes from instances or anything. It's all been just leveling up items and then deconning them, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay.
I mean, the ones that I have gotten, because I have been completing deeds, I've just been using them to level up the 2 first stage ones that I'd crafted already.
Mm-hmm. So, to gain relics at a higher level, tier 5, tier 6, tier 7.
Right, you have to take them to 60th level before you crush them. You'll usually get
correct.
1 or 2 7th levels. You'll get some 6s and 5s, and I just don't have a lot of those yet.
Yeah, so that's basically what you want to do while you're tearing off these legacies. So you've got a level 30, legendary item that's level 38.
Mhm.
It's experience level 38. You want to get it to 60 before you start tearing off legacies that you need. And you need to craft. You already crafted the crossbow, right?
Yes.
Did you ID it?
Yeah.
Can you put it on screen so I can see it?
Sure. I'll even hold it. Okay, why can't I cancel out of the legacy extraction window?
Because just walk away. Don't worry about it. Just walk
Okay.
away.
That's a weird
You
thing.
can also hit escape.
Okay.
Escape will close all your windows.
But
Oh,
we've
you got shafted on the ID. Okay. Do you have a legendary item slot that you can equip that new bow in?
That's why I was
Crossbow.
about to destroy the 38th level bow.
Okay, can you pull up your legendary items window?
Yes. Current bow is in slot 1. Slot 2 is a 26th level bow. Slot 3 is the 38th level bow I was about to destroy. 4th is 10th level bow. Heavy bridles in slot 5. And my first stage sword is in slot 6. So what I had read previously, and you can suggest whether this is still true or not, but the best bang for the buck is to crush something after 30th level. 31st levels weapons will give you the most relic yields with the least amount of experience input.
So back in the day, yes, that's what you wanted. And it was because the relic return and the combination of the relic return and the amount of item experience that you got back from it, you would want to go from decon it at 31, because if you went any further, it's just taking up a slot and you don't really get much return from it. Nowadays, you have no relics. You have no higher level relics. You need to level up stuff to 60 and then decon it. This gives you more item experience runes to then put into more third age things to level up and decon as well. But for this part, we're going to get all of your legendary your third age legendary items, and we're going to tear off scrolls, and we will use your item experience runes. We may not get them all the way to 60, but we want to get them at least to 50-ish, above 50-ish. It's a real shame that you don't have a bunch of smaller legendary item rooms, because that's what you want to do. You want to have the big ones, and then you want to have the smaller ones to top up the rest of the experience, and then decon once it's max. Because doing these legendary items to max, that's the quickest way for you to get higher level relics. Otherwise, you end up with what you have now. You have a bazillion tier 1 relics.
Right.
And that is a crap load of clicking. A crap load of clicking. But doing the level up legendary item and then decon type thing, that gets the higher ones much faster.
Well,
So,
in my defense, it looks like the 2 third agers that I have now, they've got 3 tier 10 relics in them, and they came from combining those 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s that I got crushing other legendaries.
oh no. Okay,
So-
you said third age? You put relics on your third age?
No, first stage. First stage.
First age. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Do you happen to have any of the heritage runes on your other characters? Because they're bound to account, so they can be shared.
Yeah,
Those characters.
Galandriel has... probably not appropriate to say the expression I was going to say. Galandriel has lots more of them.
Okay, so you've got another source. Does Galandriel have a lot of the smaller size runes?
No.
40,000,
No.
50,000.
No, Galandriel's loaded. I don't even bother keeping those. If they don't have
Okay.
300,000 or 400,000 experience points in them, I don't have room to save them.
Get in the habit, because they stack much higher now. Get
Okay.
in the habit of putting those in your shared storage, so both characters can access them, and keep those stacks around. Keep the
Do
the
you not
40K and the
watch my
50K
stream?
runes.
Have you not seen what my bags and my vault and my storage all looks like?
Look, what you have is nothing compared to me. You think you're bad.
Okay,
What you have is
Sinead O'Connor.
nothing. Nothing compared.
Bro,
Okay.
don't get the VOD muted, man.
All right,
Would
so
you recommend doing something like DN or Halls of Crafting to get them some heritage runes?
no, that takes too much time right now. So let's just give you a list of legacies to get. Plan this out, because this is going to take time. You won't have enough time in this stream to do it all.
That's fine.
Let's just give you a list of legacies. So if you have a notepad, whatever,
It
there's
took me
a
years
nice,
to get Nemini this jacked up. It may take me a while to get her straightened out. So
one of the plugins that I use is a notepad plugin. It's called LOTRO Pad. Allows you to take notes inside of LOTRO. It's got several slots for adding notes, and it's really good for stuff like this. So you may want to write this stuff down or put it in your bio. You can use your biography as a notepad.
I have pen and paper. You may fire when ready.
Okay, so induction bow critical multiplier, as well as focus bow critical multiplier.
Focus bow.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then I'm going to say for now, quick shot slow. And that's just because you're going to be you normally ran in strength stance.
Correct.
Before all of this, right? Yeah. So let's just use quick shot slow. There are some other options there. Heartseeker or quick shot critical chance. But quick shot critical chance is for precision, and you're not going to be running in precision. And Heartseeker, you don't have the Heartseeker set. I don't recommend putting it on the bow. So, induction bow critical multiplier, focus bow critical multiplier, and quick shot slow. And then those are all majors. And then now, for the minors.
Okay.
Induction bow damage. Quick shot damage.
Okay.
And then distracting shot cooldown. And that, when imbued, turns into swift bow damage. So that's why I put that there first. And then the other one will be damage over time. Hunter damage over time.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel so proud. I think my hunter's bow actually has all these legacies. I think I have the quick shot crit chance instead of the quick shot slow.
I mostly loaded up on fishing legacies, so that's my bad.
So Ed, can you read those legacies off just to make sure I've told them to you correctly?
Yes. I have, for majors, induction bow critical multiplier, focus bow critical multiplier, Quick shot slow for strength stance. Alternates might be quick shot critical or heart seeker, but those aren't recommended because that's not how I normally play. And I don't have the heart seeker armor set.
Yeah, you need the armor set to utilize that. So,
Okay.
Right. So now for minors.
Minors include induction, bow damage, quick shot damage, distracting shot cooldown, and damage over time. And actually, quick or distracting shot is another hunter skill. I don't think I've ever bothered to use. I don't know I've ever fired a distracting shot even one time.
I told you distracting shot cooldown because when imbued, that legacy changes to swift bow damage.
Cool.
So you're not going to be using that legacy for the distracting shot cooldown. It's just that upon imbuing, it'll turn into swift bow damage.
Right.
Okay. So those are the legacies that you want. What I recommend is going through all of your third age bows and crossbows,
Mm-hmm.
Leveling them up to 60. Look at their minors first, because you can't see minors unless you've leveled the bow past 30. So it's better to find the minors you need by equipping the stuff and then leveling them up and pulling off the minors. Get the minors done first, then you can do the majors, because all you need to do to find the majors is to identify something. Go to the Forge Master and identify. You look at the bow, does it, of the 3 majors, does it have one of the majors you need? You know, that type of thing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, your bow only had one good major, so you will need to replace at least 2 of them.
I'm sorry. I even tried putting the symbol on my pocket for a while.
Oh yeah, there used to be all kinds of superstitions, and you had to equip the horseshoe while you were zoning to go craft the first age, and when you're going to go ID, you have to have the horseshoe equipped. All these superstitions.
Okay, so I can select Strength Quick Shot Slow, which is one of the ones on the list. Also, Focus Bow Power Cost was not one that you mentioned. So I will add Strength Quick Shot Slow.
Yeah. Power cost stuff is not useful right now. It just eats up useful legacies. There is an essence that you can barter for in Central Gondor. It's the Hunter's Essence of the Powerful Draw. This allows you to have minus 50% skill cost. So it is an absolutely essential essence, because you will be blowing through power once you really learn how to do the rotation and are going through all of these skills quickly.
Okay, so for the last one, I can add one more major. No, that's a minor.
These are upgrading. So it's not adding.
Okay. Burn Hot and Focus Bow Power Cost, both kind of useless.
Burn Hot is useless on a main bow. It's useful for a swap bow. So what you would do is swap in the bow, pop Burn Hot, swap back to your normal bow, and go at it.
That sounds like something I'll do never.
Yeah. But, I mean, really, Burn Hot on your main bow replaces useful legacies. You're not going to be able to do Burn Hot all the time. Its cooldown is too long.
Okay, so I had to use 2 relics to get that to 60th, so we can crush it now.
Yeah, so decon it. And the one that you want to peel off will be a minor. What are our options for minors?
Oh, I was going to do the same thing with the level 26. I've got the Heritage Ruins.
Focus on... hold on. Focus on this first.
Okay, you want to do them one at a time.
Yeah, the reason why is we want to get your first age equipped so we can see what its minors are.
Okay. Okay. On the one I'm about to crush, what do I need to be keeping? Burn hot, induction bow damage, ranged evade.
I need to see them.
Okay.
So the quick shot slow. Okay, so there's no minors on there that you want to keep. You only want the quick shot slow. So just go ahead and tear off quick shot slow, so you can have that.
You don't want to see the rest of them?
I already saw them.
Okay, so quick shot slow
watching
is
your
the
screen.
keeper.
You sir need a custom interface that expands the legacy extraction window down so you can see them all without scrolling.
I run with almost no add-ons at all. Some of the old MMOs I used to play, whenever they'd come out with these cool new upgrades and enhancements, they were all third-party, and they would just crash your game client all to hell.
It used to happen a lot with LOTRO, but they haven't changed any of that. They've been very good about it, which has been very nice.
So, okay.
Okay, so equip your new bow, your new crossbow. Please do not deconstruct it. I'm watching the delayed thing with you in the deconstruct window. I'm going, ah.
I'm pretty bad at this, but I'm not that bad.
Okay.
Besides, Zinger said he had more symbols, right?
Put the lock on it.
Put the lock on it. Okay.
Just want to make sure it's locked.
Yeah, before you equipped it, I was going to say technically I could have tried making another crossbow. You gave me that crossbow, and I tried to sell that one to AH.
We can work it. This will give him an idea of how to build these things.
Yeah,
the,
sure.
the methodology behind it.
Okay, so
Okay, so let's rename that bow to Work in Progress.
It's philosophy in life.
yeah.
So if you have an 800k rune, apply that 800k rune item experience rune to that first age bow, and let's start reforging it. Upon each reforge, let me tell you which one to take.
Okay.
Don't just go willy-nilly.
Okay, plus 6% hunter damage over time or distracting shot cooldown.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me just see what we got. Okay, so do the hunter damage. Hang on a second. They're both exactly the same tier. Do the distracting shot cooldown. So that one's more valuable than the damage over time one. So let's just do that.
Okay.
Distracting shot cooldown.
Next item up, I've got quick shot damage or distracting shot resistance penetration.
Quick shot damage. Good, you're getting the ones that you need, so you're not going to have to do a bunch of deconning.
Okay, next reforge. I've got Heartseeker damage or ranged evade rating.
Just set it to Heartseeker. We're going to replace that one.
Okay. Next one. Burn hot or distracting shot resistance penetration.
These are upgrades, I believe, so. Set... Boy, neither... that's a...
Those are both pretty damn useless, yeah.
Yeah, they're both
Yeah.
going to be replaced.
Yeah, they're both going to be replaced, so we're wasting reforges here, unfortunately. Just choose one, doesn't matter.
We'll go burn hot.
So, generally what we should have done here is... I'm actually surprised that it's gone past... It shouldn't have gone past 40. Did you apply a rune when I wasn't looking?
No. I just used the one. 830,000 XP.
Yeah, that shouldn't have gone past 40, so you shouldn't have gotten an extra... What do you?
A merciful shot, cooldown, and burn hot damage are the next two.
Is this not the same bow?
Oh. I don't know what
This
the
is
hell
that
I
other.
did.
This is that other bow. This is a third age bow. Okay, you're freaking me out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention either. Okay, this was the one that I already used the ruin on.
Okay.
I'll
Good.
put work in progress on the tracker so I don't confuse myself.
Okay.
Okay,
You
yeah.
freaked me out here.
Work in progress is at level 34.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay.
You okay there, Chromite?
Freaking me out.
You're
Yeah,
Lamont
just-
man.
When I'm working on LIs, it's got to be perfect. You can't miss a step. You can't do something wrong. Otherwise, I freak.
You
Okay.
can't overrate your majors.
Chromite was going, the math doesn't add up. There is no up, there is no down, there's only chaos.
Oh man. Okay. So you can do whatever on this. All of these things you're just upgrading legacies. Just upgrade them.
Okay, that one's leveled up.
Okay. So can you hover over its icon and just do the sticky tooltip thing? You know, H.
Mm-hmm. The one that we're about to wreck?
The third age. Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to see its tooltip so I can see what's all on it.
Okay. I appreciate everybody's patience in chat while I'm getting schooled here by Chromite. I haven't been very talkative to everybody, but glad to have you guys with us here on Adventures After Dark. I'm your host, Big Ed Mustafa. Chromite Swiftpaw is here with me, trying to school me on being an Uber hunter, and he's got his work cut out for him.
Can you do the same thing for your first age?
Sure.
Put it on screen so I need to know what we have to get.
Hopefully you're at least finding me teachable.
Yes. Okay. Boy, I wish you were using OBS Studio because then the scaling would be better.
Here we
Kind of
go
hard to read
again.
the text. Okay, so on the third age LI, rip off hunter damage over time.
Okay.
And just as a note, as you're leveling things up and you already see the legacy, you know, it's got all 6 legacies on
Mhm.
there, and you want to level it up to 60, you know, maybe with questing or whatever. I rename the legendary item with the name of the legacy that I know I want to tear off.
Oh.
So for this, I would rename this hunter damage over time. And then when it becomes maxed, I will never forget what I'm going to be tearing off.
So always remember, Chromite never forgets.
I'm still laughing at how many level or tier 1 relics he has. I mean, he has hundreds of them.
I probably have what I normally do with my rusty dwarf tools and Kudzel tablets is I just turn them all in for bronze relics when I'm doing Moria, because I mean all that low level crap you can trade for is all useless anyway. So I'll just stockpile the bronze relics and then go crush them. Yeah, the problem with doing it that way though is it's such a money sink that's why I haven't bothered to touch it. I've got better stuff to spend my gold on.
Well,
okay,
here's the thing.
I want hunter
Once-
damage over time, is that correct?
Yeah, and you're just going to keep that legacy around for a little bit. Just
Okay.
don't sell it. Just keep it around.
Alrighty.
Okay, so let me look at induction bow. So we need to get a miner. So equip a new. No, keep the first stage tooltip up, please.
Oh, okay.
It's very useful to have this stuff up. If you need to move it out of your screen, move it to a corner or something. But Never close them as you're working on them, because you have to reference them, and it's better than reopening a window. The tooltips are very handy that way. So what we're going to want you to do is equip a new third age bow or crossbow.
Okay.
And we're going to apply another 800k rune. Do you have any 500k runes?
No.
No? They're all 800 and 900?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, we'll just do 800k rune on it. Hello, Maiden.
Hi, Maiden.
Hi, Maiden.
Okay, so we got nothing on there that we need, but we haven't checked its majors out yet, or minors out yet, so go ahead and apply a rune to it. Let's reforge and start choosing the minors. Let's see, I'm going to guess that was Ninth Pawn, or was that Zinger, who did the demon voice?
That was Olaf's tummy.
All up. This is your tummy
Satan?
speaking.
Satan? You're not Satan?
Okay, distracting shot or induction bow damage.
Induction bow damage. That's what you want.
I already knew the answer.
Hello, Maiden.
Hunter damage over time or burn hot damage?
Just do burn hot damage since we already have under damage over time.
And now you can probably practice renaming it to induction, since that's probably what you'll be pulling off.
Yeah.
Distracting cool shot cooldown or hunter damage over time?
Yeah, you want the distracting shot cooldown just because, you know. Just because. Okay, so at this point,
Induction bow damage,
for right
induction
now-
bow critical multiplier.
these are upgrades, so just choose whatever. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Just go all the way through. So at this point, we've applied an 800k rune to this thing. We don't have to max it because that's a waste of item experience to apply like another 800k rune. It will go over, and it's kind of wasting item experience. With imbued items, you need a lot of item experience. So it's good to have all of these saved up like you do. So at this point, we're not really going to need you to build up relics right at this point. We want to get the legendary item in shape with legacies first, and then next time we'll work on relics.
Okay.
You know, I can help you with building up the relics. So for this point, we're just going to try and peel off the legacy scrolls that we need. So you need that induction bow damage legacy on there. So you don't need to max this to 60. Just peel it off now. By peeling it off, I mean deconning and selecting that legacy.
I know what you're talking about.
Induction bow damage for the win, correct?
That's correct.
See, now I have more tier 4s. That's super exciting. Okay.
All right. So where's that first age tooltip? Did you hide it or close it? Or
I
is
must have accidentally closed it. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure I did not do that on purpose.
Sorry, I'm using it as my reference.
I know. I'm just a bad student. And then I liked how you made me read all those legacies back to you just to make sure I actually took notes.
I'm sorry. That's my nice way of saying, did you get it right? Did you actually listen to me?
I did.
That's what I do.
Singer came
I
out
just
to
need to double
Galtrev
check,
for moral
sorry.
support. Yeah, no, not a problem.
Okay, so we know right now that you have at least 2 of the miners that you need. Okay?
Yep.
So find the scroll for induction bow damage, and right-click it, and we're going to replace Heartseeker damage. Just go ahead and replace that right now. Now, this is very crucial here. This is where you kind of messed up on your other bow. You applied a minor legacy on top of a major. Those major slots are very valuable because those are generally where the really good legacies go. And on your previous bow, you made it so you had 2 majors and 1 minor. I'm sorry, 2 majors and 4 minors. And that's why it's kind of not really fixable without paying money.
Okay.
Or doing quests.
So we've got
We're replacing Heartseeker damage.
Heartseeker
Gotta
in
replace the
particular.
Heartseeker.
Done.
Okay. So now, all
Yeah,
of your...
interestingly enough, that saved tooltip didn't change. It still
won't
says
change.
+2 Heartseeker. Okay.
It's an old tooltip.
All right.
Actually, it's actually a kind of a really good thing. When I'm building LIs, I keep the old tooltip there, and then I cross-compare once I'm done. So it's you can see how much of a change it makes. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, they're static tooltips. They don't change until you upgrade
Yeah.
it.
Okay, so right now we need majors. You need focus, bow, critical multiplier,
Okay.
and then you need. Did we get quick shot damage?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got. No,
yeah,
I've got,
okay. It's already on the book. I just
I've
wanna
got
make sure.
damage over time and quick shot slow.
Yeah.
Quick shot damage was already on the bow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it sounds like you need a focus bow critical multiplier.
Yep.
All right. So,
So,
do we want to burn down another third age?
Yeah, but hold on. Let's apply the quick shot slow. Let's overwrite the induction bow power cost with the quick shot slow.
Done.
Okay. So now all you got to do is just identify bows and crossbows until you see one with focus bow critical multiplier, and then equip that one. This will go fast. That's the last legacy you need. Now you had an Amphilis scroll, crystal of remembrance in your vault. If we want to, you did.
Okay.
I saw it.
All right.
If we want to complete this bow, we would apply that to the bow, and then put on the hunter damage over time legacy on it.
Okay, I've got focus bow power cost, induction bow power cost, quick shot critical chance, and precise stance.
No, keep going
So
until
that's all
keep
crap.
identifying until you. Yeah,
There you
we
go.
want to get that focus bow critical
Here,
multiplier.
I'll trade with you. I have a bow that has the legacy on it.
Wait, let me
Oh,
at least
did you say
identify
knight?
the ones I have.
Yeah, go 1 minute till the 5,000 TP draw if you want to go hit it.
We're over at Bloodborne's.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay. He's doing it now?
because we can
I
all use TP. 35
Yeah.
seconds.
I won't enter since I won last time.
You are lucky, aren't you?
Sucker.
Everybody pop over to Bloodborne's channel, type !raffle, and then type Mustafa Raid.
And make sure you're following if you're not already.
Yep. If you're not following Bloodborne, you might be the only LOTRO player on Twitch who isn't. You should probably correct that mistake. Lazy Rider 21.
All right. So back to more important things. So you got the focus bow critical multiplier. Thank you, Zingor, for providing him with that. So you will want to apply a rune on it. Get it up.
Sorry,
Or
Zinger, I
what,
just
so
looked
like
over
50?
and saw you wish to trade with me.
No problem.
Oh, you know what? One that he identified.
Has
the
it?
one he just identified has it. That's
Which
funny.
one are we looking for? Focus, bow, critical multiplier?
Focus critical multiplier. Yeah.
Okay. So we want to level it up and then burn it down?
Yeah,
We have
just
to equip it.
yeah, equip it. Apply the rune. We don't need to level it up to max because we're just going to tear off that one scroll. And you will apply that scroll over in Merciful Shot cooldown. And then I'm going to show you something really neat once we get all these legacies on there. You can preview before imbuing. You can actually preview what everything's going to turn into when you imbue. It gives you a nice little preview of that.
He's just really excited to do this with his melee weapon next.
Yes. It'd be awesome. Ranged evade or burn hot?
Doesn't matter, it's all
Yeah, it
trash.
doesn't
We're not
matter.
going to be doing any of those.
It doesn't matter what you pick because you'll be pulling off focus bow.
No, that's true. Heart Singer. Quick shot damage. Induction power.
Unless you get that rare fishing legacy.
Okay, I think we're ready to burn it down. Thanks for standing right in front of the Relic Master, you idiot. Unless, of course, you're somebody who's in chat, and then welcome. I'm glad to have you with me. Alright, deconstruct. This is not the right one. Here it is. Oh, no, I must have burned down the wrong one. Okay. I got one bronze relic. That was my first clue.
Whoops.
What did I do? Here it is.
Did you apply the rune to the wrong one?
No,
Oh, okay.
I
see,
just
okay.
I deconstructed a bow. I think it must have been the one Zinger traded me. It was already identified. Still doesn't
I
make
feel
any
the
sense.
love.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Well, you're welcome for that tier 1 relic.
I appreciate it.
Add to his hundreds.
+3 focus bow critical. Selected. And I got some tier 5s.
Yes. Just imagine if you got the 60, you get more.
You told me to not go to 60.
I know, but just in norm. From now on, you're going to take them all the other ones to 60.
Okay.
That is your goal. 'Cause
Okay.
You need to.
Focus bow critical multiplier. Are we ready to apply this?
You can apply it. You are replacing the merciful shot cooldown.
That's my best one. Okay, merciful shot cooldown is replaced.
All right. So in the past, because Scrolls of Empowerment were so pricey, I'm talking Western Gondor release, the cost of Scrolls of Empowerment were absolutely exorbitant. But nowadays, you have a huge influx of them for free, basically. Doing featured instances, opening up the featured instance boxes. doing the dailies at Minas Tirith. You can barter for scrolls of empowerment with the barter currency there. So nowadays, what is more valuable is item experience. And once you imbue, you will need a lot of item experience. I mean, a lot. So let's actually, do you want to use your Amphalis Crystal of Remembrance on this item, or were you saving that for your other character?
I was at some point I've got to go through and do something similar like this with my champion. So
Okay,
that
so-
was Galandriel's Crystal of
Okay,
Remembrance.
So it's not necessary for us to apply the crystal. Whenever you do apply the crystal, even after imbue, you will be able to select the legacy that's going to go on there. So at this point, it's no big deal.
Okay.
Good night, Maiden.
Night, Madam.
Good night, Maiden.
So is it worth him putting on the Scroll of Delving before or after?
Okay, so Scroll of Delving. Everybody says putting it on after, well, not everybody. Most people who don't understand about it say that putting it on after is the best method because it will give you, it'll tier up every legacy and also the damage and all that stuff. But really, if you put it on before, it's the same effect. When you imbue the thing, it'll already have those level raises. Now, if you did this the old way, which was to completely set up the legendary item, get all of the tiers maxed on all of the legacies, and to level it all the way to 70 with the Scroll of Delving, you get an extra reforge. It's one extra Scroll of Empowerment. That was worth a lot back in the day. Right now, it's not worth so much because you can get Scrolls of Empowerment for really cheap. I mean, it's really easy to get them. So I don't recommend going that route anymore because you just lose out on a lot of item experience getting it to level 70. So at this point, we're going to level it from level 31. We're going to imbue it and then dump item experience into it to get its tiers up. So Scroll of Delving beforehand, yes, is more. You would be able to get one more reforge at level 70 if you level it all the way up. We are not doing that though to save on item experience. Good night, the Thelamitra. I don't know how you pronounce your name, but good night.
Yeah, have a good night, Thelamitra. Thelamitra is probably it.
Yeah.
I'm usually pretty good at guessing pronunciations as far as I know.
Stop your relic forging there. That's going to take forever.
Well, I'm letting you
well,
talk.
Well, yeah. So the Crystal of Remembrance. You said you wanted to save that for your champ, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll save it. Let's go to the imbue. So right-click on the Forge Master and select imbue this item. It'll give you a preview, or I guess it puts up a choose which item to imbue.
Okay, so here's work in progress.
So this, what you can do is hover over its icon and then make a sticky icon.
We're making a sticky icon?
Yeah, pressing H to make it stick. I'm sorry, make a sticky tooltip.
All right.
And then do the same from your legendary items panel.
Okay, the legendary items panel is already
and
up.
You'll put them side by side. Your legendary item panel is not up. It's Shift I.
Right. You want to see the whole panel?
the with all the tabs of all of your legendary items,
Yeah.
and make a new sticky tooltip of your work in progress, because the other one's old.
Well, I already updated it. It's current.
Oh, did you
now.
update it? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't look. Okay.
No, that's okay.
I didn't look. Okay, so here you can it doesn't cross compare.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I tried to do the legacy preview.
Okay. All right, so it didn't update it. Okay, well I thought it would. Oh well. Anyway, you can look at the imbued.
Yeah, that's really cool,
Listing.
Chromite. Thanks for showing us.
So if you look at the strength, quick shot, slow, there's another item there. See it below it? It says quick shot bonus focus. So that's something that you don't get with just a normal non-imbued item. You don't get a second bonus from the legacy.
Right.
You will get that once the first one is maxed out, and then you have Scrolls of Empowerment to go past and have leveled it past that. And then also you'll notice that Distracting Shot cooldown is no longer in there, and that Swift Bow damage is now there.
Okay.
So that gives you a preview of what it's going to turn into. So now that you've previewed it, we're okay to imbue.
All right.
Well,
It's
I'm gonna have
imbued.
to
And
call it a night myself. You guys have a good evening. Thanks for all the information, Chromite.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
we're here to teach.
We're only imbuing the bow, by the way. I'm seeing you on other things. I'm freaking out here.
Nope, you're fine.
Okay.
See you, Ninth.
Bye, Zinger.
Good night, Ninth Pawn.
Good night.
Okay, now there's another new updated.
I was going to say
Shot.
leave your old tooltip up so you can cross compare, but no, it's closed. You can't get it back.
Good.
Okay.
If I didn't like what I saw in the new one, I couldn't go back either, so we won't dwell on it. But I'm trusting that you
So-
guided me perfectly, and we've got it lined up exactly the way I want.
Okay, so now you see that it's reset to 0 basically. There's nothing there.
Hmm.
Bring up your legendary items panel, and let's look at the progress bars, item experience progress bars. And we're going to do the trick that Bloodborne showed a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that, which was pretty damn amazing that no one had ever talked about it. So grab a stack of item experience runes and drag it into the window and drop it. It applies the item experience. Such a time saver rather than right-clicking and choosing from a list. And you'll notice all the bars going up. Keep going. Now, the reason why I wanted a previous sticky... Actually, you know what? You can make a sticky tooltip of your current crossbow, and then compare. That's a nice way to compare to see how much better it gets.
Okay. All right, I'm at 32 of 34, 35, 36.
Yeah, let's just stop there for now, and then you can compare the stats between the two.
Okay.
Stretch the window down some so you can see the damage bonus.
You almost have as many static tooltips as you did buff bars before.
It is exciting.
So, your current bow that you're using is 261.2 DPS, I think.
Hmm.
Looks like, and the new one is at 277.2.
I'm sorry about my aspect ratio causing your eyes to bleed. I do apologize.
It's not aspect ratio, it's the scaler. It's that crappy old scaler in the old OBS.
I have Studio installed and I've started setting it up. I haven't actually tried
good.
streaming with it yet, so.
Yeah. have any questions, I can help you there too.
Not a problem. I'm just kind of
Okay.
poking around and trying to figure out where stuff is at in the new application versus the old one. So,
Okay, so yeah, this will make quite a difference for you. You should see quite a bit of difference. I'm looking at your relics right now. So, do you have any relic removal scrolls?
I'm not sure. I thought I might have one. Yeah.
Okay, we can instantly make this bow pretty suitable just by tearing off 2 relics on there. Well, I mean, it'll tear them all off, but using those 2 relics.
I ran
Have you
the wrong
gone-
direction.
Have you gone through Western Gondor questing?
Yeah.
You have? Did you complete all of the quests in Western Gondor?
Probably not.
Okay. But you should have a stockpile of Arnorian silver coins, tokens, whatever.
Yeah. Actually, Galandriel did
Arnor?
most of the grinding
Amrot.
with this. Yeah. But I've got 344 silver tokens of Dol Amrith. Is that what we're
It's
looking
not
for?
those. It's
Okay.
Amroth silver coins or tokens.
Check the wallet, maybe?
Yes, they are bound to character, so they go in the wallet. Oh, and I see a relic removal scroll in your inventory.
Perfect. I'm actually running around with one.
Yes.
I would have had no idea. I don't know what I've got on me.
Just type in the search Amroth.
But the Dol Amroth coins will be helpful. You can pick
Amroth
up
silver
the-
pieces, 281.
281. What's your rep with Dol Amroth? The reason why I'm asking for this is
Kindred.
to see if we can barter for a legendary item title for your new bow. Put a good one on there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
So-
that'd be a problem.
Yeah, so let's use that relic removal scroll on your old first age bow. Tear those relics off.
Relic removal scroll. Give me a hint. Is it bigger than a bread basket?
It's next to your Matham Hunter's box, and also next to the silver tokens that you were looking at earlier.
Didn't Reagan say something about tearing those relics off or something?
Yes, he did. Tear those relics down, Mr. Gorbachev. Actually, kind of a weird thing, but since it came up tonight, my sister was in England. She spent a semester at Oxford, and Gorbachev had written his memoir and was in London while she was over in the UK. And she spent 6 hours standing out in the rain, but I actually have an autographed copy of Mikhail Gorbachev's memoir. So
Wow.
it's kind of cool. Not related to anything we've
Yeah.
been talking about, but since we're bringing up the Cold War, just thought I'd throw that out there. It's a pretty cool gift.
Yeah.
Okay, so what the hell was I doing? We removed all the relics from the old bow.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we want to put them in the work in progress? Is that what we're
not all of them.
Right.
There are only 2 of them.
thinking? Okay.
So let's. So open up your legendary item.
Got an
panel.
Emerald Gem of Dexterity. Is that one?
Is the Emerald Gem of Dexterity? Is that what level is it?
Tier 10.
Is it tier 10? Okay.
But it's
so
like
that's-
plus 28 agility, plus
Yes,
1244 crit.
equip that. Equip
Okay.
it.
It's not a piece of crap. I don't want to convert it to something better.
That is exactly what you want there.
Okay. Slot the relic.
Okay, and slot your crafted one, which was 40 agility, 700 something crit, and 700 something physical mastery.
That's plus. Oh, okay. Westament Divisive Accuracy. That's the one?
Yes. And you need to start crafting. You need to get some more crafted in there because they have a weak cooldown.
Really? Because I think 10 minutes ago I was crushing more relics and you told me to stop.
That's not crafting relics, though.
Oh, okay. Oh, you want me
You
to
have to
craft
craft
crafted relics and crush them for shards?
No.
No.
You need to start crafting the Westimnet device of agility or what whatever. The one that you just equipped. You need some more of those,
Oh, okay.
or at least the barter currency. Do you have barter currency for those? Have you been crafting up those things?
No.
Whenever you're off cooldown?
No.
Okay. Craft up. You'll probably be doing maybe 2 more.
Those
one
are
for
good
your
trade
bridal.
bait?
One,
Or
one.
Okay.
No, they're bound to you. One for your bridal. One for your weapon. Your main hat.
can you? I didn't even think you could put those into a bridle.
The crafting barter item.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I have to go back to the guild master and trade it for
For a mounted one.
a mounted
Yep.
legacy. Okay, very good.
I'm just talking about for the future because they're a week cooldown.
Okay. So I got a couple of relics.
Okay. Let's check out your relics that you have available. Settings. What settings do you have available to slot in that are crap?
Best I've got is platinum setting of might tier 7, which is completely useless. Gold setting of morale tier 6. I mean, they're all might, power, morale, and will.
You're going to want to do the morale one. Slot a tier 5 morale in there for now.
I can probably convert the tier 7 from might to morale. It'll cost a few shards
No.
is all.
No,
Don't bother?
Nope. That's
Don't
a
even
waste.
think
It's a
about
waste.
it. Okay.
What you want in there is one that has 1,400 and... Oh, did I not? Hang on. Let me get you the exact... You want a Westimnet setting of endings in there, and that's one you actually have to meld up. So that's why you need to work on relics, and that's leveling up third age allies to 60, deconning. Combine relics up, till you get a whole bunch of tier 9s. Tier 9s and tier 10s. Sorry, I'm like choking.
No problem. This tier 10 insightful ruin of deflection. Combat
Hang
morale
on.
regen and parry rating.
No. So you do not want to slot something good in there because you're going to overwrite these relics.
Okay.
A tier 10 relic takes a lot of meldings and reforges or whatever, the combinings to get up there. You don't ever want to just willy-nilly kill those things.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying putting tier 5 ones in there. Those are easy to get just by deconning something. So let's put...
Well, I've got a subtle ruin of deflection that's tier 6.
do the deflection. Parry and morale regen. Those are both somewhat valuable.
Okay.
Sadly, the runes you can't really choose from too much.
Well, I've got the tier 6. I've got a tier 9 also.
Again,
Save the 9. Okay.
save the 9s. You want the lower ones in there because you're just going to kill them. You're going to overwrite them. You
Okay.
don't want to waste those.
What I have right now, I'm not going for I'm no endgame person, so I just ended up putting a level 65 version of the relic that you said you eventually want. I have the extraordinary setting of endgames, and it just
They're much cheaper, yes.
it just costs specific tier 6 and 624 shards. So, but it still gives that devastating magnitude, some crit and morale regen.
Yes.
So it's an option if you want something that's pretty good, but is fairly cheap.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Good night, Peltar / Horse Spirit.
Good night, Horse Spirit. Thanks for coming by. Hopefully this was educational. Ah, Horse Spirit got message deleted.
I wonder what he said there.
I don't know. I think I can look it up in MooBot.
I think it might have thrown a little curse in there, but they they went out with a bang. It wasn't anything bad, really.
Doggone it. That's one of the nice things about using Chatty is it won't delete the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use, go ahead, sorry.
Deathman, I never ever recommend purchasing legendary item things from the store. They cost too much turbine points for that. Too many, far too much, and all of this stuff is available in game if you know how to get them. So
yeah, and I mean the problem with this, it's not like any of this stuff's hard to come by. It's just such a tedious pain in the ass to sort through all this stuff and grind it and crush the relics and level the stuff up and keep track of what the hell you're hauling around with you. And it's just, I mean, this is not fun.
Yeah, it's more if no one ever shows it to you, then you don't know. But once you get shown a method of how to do this, it becomes easier and easier. And now it's kind of a moot point because now it's imbued items. Don't have to do it all over again. But you have to learn it for other classes and other characters. So. But it's really useful, to have someone show you all this stuff that you never thought of before. And leveling up those legendary items and remembering to save stacks of smaller item experience runes so you can use them to fill up the dregs at the end of a legendary item so you can get it to 60 without going over and using too much item experience.
Yeah, and I just took a look at my bow again, and actually all my relics other than my crafted one are just pretty cheap ones that are extraordinary. The level 65, melted relics. It's, like I said, I'm not an endgame person, but they each one gives some physical mastery, etc.
Yeah, it is a good point. They're very inexpensive and very cheap to make, but if you want to get your crit and physical mastery and attack duration down and all this stuff, you want all these. And it's not super hard, but generally it does take someone kind of guiding you through all of it to get there. And sadly, all the forging does cost a lot of gold. But once it's kind of a benefit when you get your bow or when you get your LIs up to tip-top shape, DPS ones, you can go out into a camp and just blow that camp up. Like places I like to go would be in Ethring, in Central Gondor. Go to the Ghost camp or go to the Orc camp, and you just sit there and just kill. And once your LIs are up to par, you're just blowing through that stuff, and you collect lots of item experience doing that. So you just go back and reforge whenever your LIs get capped, and you also collect barter items that can sell for people want those for bartering for their essences and stuff like that, and also for rep, and you can make a lot of money there. We get a lot of money with all of those rep items from Central Gondor.
So do you ever recommend getting any of the relics from the skirmish camp, like the higher ones, like tier 8, tier 9, whatever?
I never do. But if you have an abundance of skirmish marks and medallions and stuff, that's one way to spend them. You want to go to Dol Amroth, Big Ed, and we need to get a title for this.
I was just looking for the travel skill. You want to go with me? Should we see if I can port
travel
you?
window plugin. I don't think you can.
We can give it a try. We're not in fellowship anymore.
I'm on Landreval right now. That's why I switched to Landreval so I could look at my allies.
Just abandoned me right away, didn't you?
That's right.
What if I needed to throw you in front of like a level 105 something or other to slow it down while I ran away?
So you know where the quartermaster is there?
Sure. Well, probably. Now that I think about it, I haven't hung out in Dol Amroth for a while.
When you port in, it's just immediately to the right. It's the third stall down.
Oh, sure, okay. This quartermaster. I just ran past about 3 other NPCs and labeled quartermaster. This is the one we're looking for.
Indeed.
Being a port town, I'm sure Dol Amroth smells like a stall as well.
I do believe you want friend.
I'll bet you're right. Alright, Keeper of Elder Days or Potency of Elder Days?
You want potency of Elder Days because it's Balerian damage and critical for weapons.
Keeper is critical defense in Balerian, so we'd rather have critical than critical defense. Potency has been bartered for.
And apply it to your new LI, not your old one. You might want to rename your new LI.
I did. It's now called
Okay.
Harbinger of Tears, and the old one is labeled Oops.
That's great. So look at the stats that it gives you. It gives you a crit rating and also Balerian damage on it. Whenever you make a new LI, the first thing you want to do is apply a title to it because it helps you do more damage. One quick method to get one if you don't have barter currency or if you're on cooldown or something to get it, you can do right in Galtrav. You can do defending Galtrav or something like one of those things, and you can get a potency of Elder Days 1. You know, it doesn't have as much crit or physical master or whatever. I forget what it is, but you know, you can just do that really quick. It's a really fast daily, and just barter for that and just apply a title to your thing right there, then and there. Just until you get to the other ones.
Yeah, it's Balerian and his damage 1.
Yeah. Okay, so now save your legendary item, your legendary experience runes. Don't apply them to your third ages. Did you just get rid of your damage over time scroll?
Yeah, was I supposed to be saving it?
No, because we imbued. Never mind.
Yeah, I just
That's
applied
fine.
it to a weapon
Yeah,
inventory.
yeah.
That way I can
we
go
wouldn't
back
be
and
able-
I can scrap it later and not have the inventory slot taken up.
Yeah. Those scrolls are not applicable to imbued items, so it's basically trash.
Right.
So you could have just sold it to a vendor. The only way to get that other legacy on there that you need, the damage over time one now, is to apply a crystal remembrance for that extra slot there. So now you need to think about getting starlight crystals again and applying them to your bow. It's going to take a lot of them. If you hover over that damage bar in the item experience window for your crossbow, it'll tell you how many more crystals can be applied.
Yeah, I think I pulled 7 or 8 of them from the summer festival, so
Wow.
if I hover over the weapon, it'll tell me how many can be applied. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah. Hover over the progress bar for the damage section.
Oh, on the... Okay, I hear you.
So you have to pull up the legendary item window itself.
3 of 19 additional tiers unlocked.
Yep. So you can apply 16 more crystals.
How did the first 3 get unlocked?
Because it's a first ager.
Okay.
If this was a third ager, it would be at 0 of 19. That's the benefit of getting a first ager. And that's one of the benefits. The other benefits, there's... You start off with higher... No, is that the only thing? For a bow? For other classes, like class items, they get passives, whereas you don't get passives on third agers or second agers. Second agers you get passives, yes, but you don't get as many passives as you do on a first ager. So like on your Champ's Rune, there are passives.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever compared between a third age, a second age, and a first age, you will notice that the first agers have an extra passive on there.
I feel like this is a good time to do some fishing on stream.
I was just going to say, now's the time to show off how much damage you do with your rotation. Now you go find a big troll, and I would recommend a troll in Pelennor or something like that. And then, I don't know if you've ever fought one, but that's when you notice the difference.
Alright, we'll do 3 or 4 casts, and then we'll go blow up something big. I could run through rescue. That only takes about 10 minutes. That's pretty fun.
Rescue and Nurse Grashu?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you know the feeling of your damage in that, and if you've run that pretty well, then it's a good test.
Okay.
Training dummies, Deathman there is saying there's training dummies there. That doesn't really give you a good feeling. I mean, unless he's running combat analysis to see the difference, that's the only way you can tell. So it's better to go find something that he's done regularly enough and knows how he handles it with his old rotation and with his old weapon, and then compare it with all the new stuff. Did you equip the new bow, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you had swapped it out yet or not.
More importantly, though, I just caught a carp. And a largemouth bass. Nice.
Ed really just wants to get to doing some ministerial dailies with his character.
Yeah, that's my bliss. Minister dailies. Particularly the I can't even pull the name out of my ass because I hate them so much.
Cisterns one?
The cisterns, yes, thank you.
Well, you want me to show you a trick for that one?
No, I'm getting the cisterns down to the point where it's like the only thing that annoys me now is when there's a bunch of other people in there taking the stuff I need to find.
There's like, nothing you can do about that.
Public instance, what a wonderful idea. Okay, so we got sturgeon group, we got darter group, we got trout group, I got more darters, more sturgeons, and more trout. I know I got a 50-pound salmon hung up somewhere. Here he is. But just the one. So the reason I had to come by the house was I love showing off those fishing trophies, because I would guess the number of players who actually have all of those is about the same as the number of people who actually know how to play a hunter well. Not that common. And I had to put I had to put my fish into storage. I've got a large ice freezer here in my cottage that I use to keep all of my carp and largemouth bass done. One of these days, Galandriel's an Anorian master cook, And I'll probably just sit down and have her cook all of these fish into fish recipes, just because I'm a sick man. That's really what it comes down to.
More importantly, the people that know how to play a blue line hunter well, which is none of us. I mean, I just start off with barbed arrow, and then I just pray for, that they die.
You know, that blue line stuff, it's changing. Now you're going to be alternating just penetrating shot and barrage, basically. It's just those two, and you're good to go.
Well,
it makes me sick that they're dumbing it down that way.
You mean as opposed to red line, what you're just doing? Sounds like you're just doing quick shot and penetrating shot.
You're not just doing that. You have to think about the other things that slip in there once you've tiered up fast draw. So it's not just that.
But you don't have to think about moving. We do. But don't tell anyone else that I played Redline today. Make sure this doesn't go out on any kind of stream.
You kind of feel like a dirty whore right now, don't you, Zinger?
I had to tuck it in and everything.
Yeah, that's pretty shameful.
You can apply probably another 1 or 2 item experience runes onto that bow, by the way. Crossbow. Like I said, you can dump a crap load in there and it still won't be maxed. Basically, you want to get it to just under max because you don't want to cap it until you get more scrolls of empowerment on it.
Right. Okay. Well, that's just about perfect then. That's like 3 experience points away from being done. Actually,
so
1,700 experience points.
If you go to Minas Tirith, you can barter from the Bergsmans and the Smiths or whatever, those dailies dudes. Mm-hmm. You can get the scrolls of empowerments from them.
Okay. I was freaking out. I could not figure out where my first stage sword had gone. Like, I know I had a sword when I started. Okay, so we're loaded up. My thought was, since we started this fighting Titans out in whatchamacallit, I may as well go back there first. Then maybe we'll run rescue. Maybe I'll start chugging a bunch of Coke Zero and we'll just stay up all night and I'll run some epic battles too. Who knows where the night will take us?
Deathman, I have played around with it a little bit, but it really isn't that efficient on a hunter. Hunters are very limited in what we have. I mean, you could go yellow line and then putting all points into red line to try and get your damage up, but it's really not worth it.
Yeah, I ended up getting to at least rank 6 engineer on my burglar on Brandy. So I started doing more epic battles once I hit 75 to get a whole new batch of jewelry for myself.
Nice.
That is really nice, getting jewelry from the big battles. It is so good.
Yeah, I figure
so much better.
I figured like once I hit 85, I'll do another batch of battles and get some more jewelry and etc.
Yeah, my main is an Honorian master jeweler, and I really appreciate having all of her trade skills basically nullified. It's like, oh yeah, you could use player crafted jewelry, but it's complete crap compared to this stuff that just falls out of the sky every time you run an epic battle. It's like, awesome. Glad I put all that time and work into my crafting skills.
Although, I mean, it does feel a little disappointing doing epic battles like before you get to like 95 or 100 or whatever level that you start actually getting like lots of stars and merits and all the good stuff.
95 is when you start getting the more than 5 stars of merit.
Okay, that's what I figured because that's kind of the end of Helm's Deep.
And if you ever do get a level 95 first stage symbol, those are pretty valuable because they're useful for bridles.
Do they have those in the skirmish camp though?
No.
Okay.
It is the only place where you can get level 95 first stage symbols.
Yeah, I don't know how it is on the other servers, but one of the reasons I'm picking up these birch branches, I've been selling them for 42 gold per 100, so pretty decent
Yep.
cash generator.
People like them because they can collect all this stuff and then level up characters using the crafting.
Well, and the Kalinard Scarn and the birch stuff, it's not that widely available. It seems like...
Yeah, people aren't playing in those lands, that's why.
Yeah, well, you're only in the Great River and Dunland for a short time, and both instances are basically places you go on your way to to Rohan, rather. So...
In other words, they can't get ore or wood from wood guns.
Yep. Okay, several things wrong with that. I did none of my pre-combat setup, and when I switched characters, I never reloaded buff bars, so... There we go. See, we got so busy with legendary items that I completely forgot everything you taught me earlier. Camouflage.
That's good.
Focus.
We got you. Got your crossbow all set up. Once a hunter gets a, that gets their ranged item all set, it's pretty easy to get everything else done, and you can do so much with just your bow.
Yeah, I mean, they're melting down pretty quick.
It makes a big difference. And you don't even have all the relics slotted. We haven't even worked on your other LI. Haven't got your gear situated. This is all just your rotation, the stuff that you learned, and your new bow.
You have been partially branded with the Chromite seal of approval.
Well, I'm pretty sure if I were going to get a grade for tonight, it would be maybe like a D plus or a C minus.
I don't give grades.
You'll get your get in line, and you'll get your Chromite mind control device in.
Your task is to convert other hunters from blue to red. That's all. That'll be your homework.
He melted fast enough I couldn't get Swift and whatever up fast enough to hit him a second time with the instant shot. That wasn't bad at all. So hopefully the viewers are noticing a bit of a difference.
Yeah, things are dying pretty quick. Although your stream is lagging for me.
I'm getting some server lag too.
Okay. I think something that's running on your system is eating up your CPU time, so it's causing that.
Could be
It's
installing
affecting the
updates or
encoder.
something, yeah.
Yeah, every now and then, I don't know if it's just me, but it sounded a little slurred on Discord.
No, audio-wise, I haven't noticed any problems tonight. As a matter of fact, Discord's been about as well behaved as I've ever heard it. What I like is when you get talking to 3 or 4 people, and it sounds like you're all on barbiturates, and everything kind of drags out and gets slow, and words
That's
get
what's
cut
happening
off.
to you right now.
Is it? I was doing that intentionally, so I would hope so.
Yeah, but I mean, it cut out,
Oh, okay.
and then did that whole drag out thing. So it wasn't really your fault. It's what's happening to you right now. There's something on your computer that is taking up a lot of CPU time, and it's affecting the encoding. The encoder of OBS, and also it's affecting your Discord client.
I think it's that new LI he's got set up.
Actually, it's probably related
Buff
to
bars.
the memory leak. No, the memory leak in LOTRO, because you've swapped several times between characters, and every time you do that, the textures and objects from each area kind of stays in memory.
And what, you're in minister at the end all and left it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So the only way to clear it is to exit the client completely and just relog in, restart it. So one difference I'm seeing is that the mobs are getting close to death before they even reach you. And that's
Yeah.
kind of our goal. That's the goal of a redline hunter, is to do all of your prep work and then unleash the boom. And that quick shot slow and strength stance with that legacy, it makes them move so slowly you will generally kill stuff before it even reaches you.
What percentage slow does it go up to, do you know?
60%.
Oh, nice.
I believe quick shot slow is 20% by default, and the legacy gets you up to 60 or 68. I don't know, something like that. Caps out at 60, I think. So it's an additional 40%. And that's useful in blue line. That strength stance slow and that legacy. Because man, in blue line, while running around, you slow them down constantly with quick shot and just beat them to death with penetrating shot. And that's why a lot of people go blue line in the Moors.
Yeah, usually actually instead of quick shot, I use the barbed arrow just for the extra bleed, but it still does the same run speed I thought about.
No.
I'm probably looking at the wrong thing. I don't know. Whatever.
It's 10% on the barbed arrow. Minus 10% run speed versus minus 20% on quick shot.
I don't know. I got negative minus 40% run speed on barbed arrow.
We've still got 15 people hanging with us. That's pretty cool.
There's a trait in blue line that adds a 30% barbed arrow slow.
I see, okay.
Burr.
Mrs. Mustafa is not warm.
Yeah, I don't really know my traits, so I just kind of wing it.
Okay, Big Ed, you need to try something on level. That level 75 stuff isn't sufficient. Is
I
there
understand.
something that you do that you're familiar with? That you wouldn't be able to know the difference. Do that.
Yeah, I'll
That's why I
run.
mentioned the trolls in Pelennor, because those are really good. Those are high morale mobs that don't burn down very quickly if you have a poorly equipped weapon.
That's why I said I thought
But I
I'd
guess-
run rescue.
Yeah, I guess the lieutenants in the rescue will be a good.
I didn't realize you weren't 105 actually.
Yeah,
Getting close.
I mean, it just means an extra trait point pretty much, but it's worth it.
Oh, I dropped one of those right off the bat. Okay, yeah, that's kind of new.
I'm such a good hunter, I didn't realize I had 5 of them.
I mean, to melt through the group that I just did on tier 2, that was, yeah, I'm fairly impressed with that.
so in other words, you're noticing a difference.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm not going to make it.
So just a tip: whenever you have the echoes of death,
Kill them
fear
first.
them.
Yes. Oh,
fear them.
Arrow of the
Fear
Bard.
them.
Yeah, if you attack them, they'll put a debuff on you, then you'll take additional incoming damage.
Things that would have helped had I thought of them. Bow chant, food.
And don't forget, you can always swap over to endurance and quick shot for
Yes.
morale.
That would have been a
Yes.
good chance to practice that. Good point.
Boy, you're really lagging.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the stream. It's horrible.
Yeah. You must be having some sort of problem there.
You guys have storms passing through.
All right. Well, I need to get going. I need to eat some dinner.
See, you told them to go red line, and look what happens. Broke the stream.
Yeah.
Helium will never break your stream. But you have a good dinner.
Yep.
Chromite,
You guys
thanks
have a
for
good
coming
night.
by. I appreciate all of the education. Hopefully a lot of the viewers enjoyed it too. They seem to. We held almost 30 people for like the first 3.5 hours I was streaming, so. And that was with Bloodborne
Well, I hope,
streaming at the same time.
Yeah, well, Bloodborne, Eldoleth, Andrew All Stars, you know, you had some competition there, so.
We did okay. Friendly competition, but competition for eyeballs nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Is
So, all right, goodbye, everybody, and I'll still be watching the stream. Just gonna be
Have a great night, enjoy some dinner, and we'll figure out what else I need help with next.
Yeah, take it easy.
Bye. See, it's interesting to me to try to apply this in different situations because, like the setup with the camouflage and the focus, I mean, you can't really, in this instance, you don't have the time to set up like you do out on the landscape. So, I mean, it's kind of a good first test for coming in and trying something a little challenging and trying to put all of this together when you don't have all the time in the world to, you know, kind of line up your shot and figure out how much distance you want between you and your target. So
Yeah, and I figured that kind of stuff you'd really only need to do on like tougher signature enemies. You know, like you're not going to go up to every single enemy and take the time to camouflage and then do this and this. Oh, by the way, your screen looks like it's back up and working rather than.
oh, good.
Conveniently, just as Chromite
Well, hopefully he's still enjoying it while he's making a sandwich or something. Stone pile in the corner moved. Faint snoring to the south. Alright. I ran out of time. Scared my warrior right out of the battle. It's a little embarrassing too, being 104th level and never having touched my skirmish soldier. Or no, I think he's leveled up.
What you do with your skirmish soldier, you do on your own time.
I suppose. Okay, now here I can set up. Oh, man. I had 900 whole morale left. That was dumb luck. I should be dead now. But the good news is, if Chromite's still watching, I just got some more relics, so there you go. So what's funny is after getting through the 2 encounters, the final battle's actually anticlimactic in here. Nice.
I think Gussie's excited to see your great company.
Hi, Gussie Moose. You just missed Chromite.
Especially Gala Deer, the emo ranger.
Alright, well now that she's all super powered, I've got to go back to grinding away in the Mines of Moria. I've got Slayer Deeds O'Plenty to accomplish, and I don't think I'm going to do them tonight. So let's see if anybody else is streaming.
I think Fudge may be on.
Well, I can't exactly host her from LOTRO
Yeah,
stream,
yeah.
but well, Andrew's on with the
Andrew's
Lore
on.
Master. Of course, if he's in his private channel, I probably can't host him either.
Yeah, I think he's on PvP. So,
Friday
yeah.
Adventures, Game Pro Freak SWAT. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I want to thank everybody who came out to watch tonight. I especially want to thank, who do I want to thank, Singer?
There's that weird
Horse
guy who
Spirit,
plays Redline.
Het AAA, and Spontastic, all of whom followed earlier today. Thank you for the follows. Glad to have you watching. And thank you, Zinger, for hanging out with me tonight in Ninth Pawn. And a special thanks to Chromite, who was kind enough to come and school me in the fine arts of redline archery. So, yeah, it's amazing how when you get to some of the finer points of combat, it's not very intuitive. So, kudos to whoever actually worked all of this stuff out the first time. I have never been that bored that I wanted to sit down and delve into a video game that deeply myself. But thank goodness somebody else did. So, all right, I'm going to go over and give the Fudginator a late Friday night welcome. You're welcome to do the same or check out Andrew's stream. I'll probably pop over to Andrew's stream too just to say hi. And you can check out Game Pro Freak SWAT, who's also streaming LOTRO at the moment. And we had really good viewership tonight. You know, Chromite was talking about everybody else who was streaming, and Andrew and Eldolith was on. I don't think she was playing LOTRO. She was probably crafting tonight, but you know,
she was playing board games with the husband, and then she was doing some coloring, I think.
Board game stream, very cool. Yeah, and it's, I mean, like right now we've got 55 viewers in the various LOTRO channels. I think that is fantastic. So, to have that many combined people all watching LOTRO at the same time, you know, just kind of elevates us and gets a little more exposure, gets LOTRO a little further up the list of games on Twitch. So, it's always a good, healthy sign. So, if anybody out there has any interest in streaming LOTRO, whether or not you ever want to become part of the LOTRO stream team, would encourage you to do it. It's a fun way to show off the game. It's a fun way to meet other players, and just kind of adds a new fun social aspect to the game. You know, talking with Zinger in chat and making fun of all up Enya, and just doing some things that make questing all the more exciting. So we always have room for more streamers here on Twitch for LOTRO. Would love to add you guys to the ranks if you're interested in giving it a try. And most all of the other LOTRO streamers will be happy to give you any pointers or tips if you want help, you know, kind of getting your setup going or configuring OBS. And even if you're moving past the beginner stage, as I'd like to think I am, there's always experts around to give you expert tips. So it's a good thing. Anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks for coming by and checking out the stream tonight. And I'm going to silently count to 15 and then go check out what Fudginator and Andrew are doing. So, see you soon. Let me know when it's been 15 seconds, Singer.
Oh, I can't count. I'm a blue line hunter.
Oh, that's true.
All I can do is roll my face in the keyboard.
I'll just finish this whole Coke Zero and then I'll know it's time.